human being has a limit, okay? And the moment you begin to try to stretch your limits, that's when you begin to wear yourself out. And then the moment you're done, she would leave you for the next person. Okay, so just like they've said, if there's anything I can take away from what they've said so far, is the fact that you can't please anyone, not just women, okay? You can't please anyone. Human wants are insatiable. Where you stop is where somebody else is going to begin. So why not just do the best that you can? And just like Michael said, the person that loves you will not stress you. Seriously. Whoever loves you will not stress you. If that person you are dating is stressing you, just know that the person is not for you. And you'll be doing yourself a world of good to walk out of that relationship. It's been the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television. I want to say a big thank you to each and every one of you out there. A big thank you to the gentlemen in the house for making today a success. My name is Harry Aigbo J, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, ensure you make every single day of your life count. Do have yourself a beautiful night rest. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
We sincerely apologize for that little technical glitch. And now to the first report, where the 188th remembrance of the renowned Iyase Nohem Odia of Benin Kingdom has been held in Benin City. Pius Nsoro reports at a ceremony which also featured a memorial lecture by Professor of History by Professor Benson Sadalo attracted a large crowd, family members, friends, and global associates, including the Esama of Benin and honorary Romanian consul to Edo and Delta states, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Usawa Ogbenedia. Pius Nsoro reports.
Iyase Nohem Odia was a prominent, wealthy, and influential Iyase of Benin Kingdom under Oba Osenwede, known for his significant success in expansion of Benin trade overseas, particularly in traditional fabrics and Edo special textiles. He became one of the richest palace chiefs in Benin Kingdom until he joined his ancestors about 1838. His descendants, who have now grown large and spread worldwide, came from different parts of the world for the epoch-making event, tracing the route of the legendary Prime Minister known in Benin as Iyase. Professor Benson Osadolo said Iyase Nohem Odia was a major economic and political figure, linking the traditional Benin power structure with booming overseas trade network through his deep thoughts, diplomacy, and commercial acumen.
Iyase Nohem was blessed abundantly in all areas of life. His biological children and grandchildren were numerous.
The direct families and several extended families who include the Izeyamus, Gobadias, Imasogies, Elihos, Otokitis, Akenisis, Ekpoge Edobas, and others too numerous to list converged at the historic first-story building in Benin City for the ceremony. The Esama of Benin, along with other elders, unveiled the family tree.
Can we put our hands together for the Esama of Benin?
It was a carnival of some sort, with a rare display of candor, unity, and respect for their origin. Some members of the family and guests, who include the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, Uwe Dixon Imasoge, Pastor Osage Izeyamu, and others, expressed delight at the success of the event.
Unbelievable, wonderful attendance, well behaved. It is the beginning. I'm with them more among unity.
I handed over this occasion to the Lord God, and things were falling to pleasant places.
We came together, we are celebrating his death.
This was a man that lived over a century ago. He came from Igbododo, very hardworking, very enterprising, and he found favor with the Oba of Benin.
Gathered from all over the world to celebrate and to talk about the history of the family.
Great-great-granddaughter of this Iyase Nonyeme. I'm very happy to be in this place. We believe that this is the beginning of homecoming for our families in diaspora.
The achievements recorded by Iyase Noeme, Chief Oeme, in the promotion of the Benin rich cultural heritage till today stand very tall. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
And now to the pulpit, where the parish priest of St. Gabriel the Archangel Catholic Church, Reverend Father Jerome Idebe, has admonished parents to give their children proper home training to make them better adults in life. The parish priest gave the admonition during Sunday's Mass. Efosa Wangwe reports.
The parish priest of St. Gabriel the Archangel Catholic Church, Reverend Father Jerome Idebe, who spoke on the topic, the Feast of Holy Family of Jesus, Mary and Joseph, said Christians should emulate the conduct of such family. Reverend Father Jerome Idebe urged parents to ensure their children adopt the exemplary paths of Jesus Christ to be so blessed and achieve goodness.
In one family, we have a wonderful set of men, or a wonderful set of members. Holiness for father, holiness for mother, and holiness for children. And the family continue serving God's purpose. May our families serve the purpose of God in our lives in Jesus' name.
Reverend Father Jerome Idebe also, during the Mass, used the opportunity to thank the principal donor of St. Gabriel the Archangel Catholic Church, the Esama of Benin and Honorary Romania Consul to Edo and Delta States of Nigeria, His Excellencies Chief Sir Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, for his uncommon financing of evangelism and general development of the church, as well as outstanding welfare for members. The choir rendered soft lifting songs to the glory of God. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
And on a rather disturbing note, the attack and public humiliation of Dr. Don Pedro Obaseki by mob in Benin City on Sunday has continued to generate reactions and condemnation in Benin City. Dr. Don Pedro was reportedly at his regular football spot at Uwa Primary School when he was assaulted, harassed and abducted. Don Pedro is an illustrious son of Benin whose intellectual and media contributions have positively impacted on the society.
Just the squad they go. Look at the veteran. Look at the crowd. Pedro Obaseki. Pedro Obaseki. Pedro Obaseki.
And moving on, Christians have been told that the Almighty God who has catered for them this far will also take them to the year 2026 and beyond. Osamu Yogbomo reports that Pastor Nelson Idahosa gave the assurance on Sunday at the God's Historic Church, GRA, Benin City, in a sermon titled, "The King of Glory is with me." The report is presented by Donald Ehimie.
Pastor Nessie Idahosa explained that enemies are always abound to cause strife to the children of God, but because the Almighty God loves his children, he will protect them against their adversaries as well as ensure divine success. Pastor Nessie Idahosa assured the congregation that God will never forsake his own, no matter the difficulties, adding that they will not only make 2026, but that it will be a year of abundance and general well-being better than previous ones. The church choir was on the ground to sing to the glory of God. From Benin, Donald Ehimie, ITV News.
And with that report, we've come to the end of ITV News for this time. Thanks so much for watching. I am Harry Igo J. Do enjoy the rest of your night.
Ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ́júwà. Ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year from Independent Television and Radio.
The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawari Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima Dion Bona zima Dion Obala zima Dion Malawe Mari Esama Dion na Mimado Pom Esama Mimado Beken Esama Emana Dio Warena Esama Magbeken Osaba Obuyo Bitone Aba no get Tony Maga no diami Magame Manido Beken na Ima Yafe Ima Ato Ima Agmo Arokpa Ewudori Ima Adi Awogene all the Tiagbo Yano Emi Magame we need just question on me afan
in Esama in our father's house in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, for him to also pray for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Edion way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosagari Benedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Benedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Benedion, Peter Osawari Benedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Benedion, Barrister Mike Osane Benedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Gwede Onse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Benedion, Ukponwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Sultan rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortal Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, the priest assigned to the Immortal Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, Chok, known as Uri, represented a mixture from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, the Side Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
TV, certainly the best.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Bully, we're talking
That's
about.
what I said. So
that's-
when they bullied her,
Yeah.
now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up and dragging on both sides, you cannot you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
The Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
Thank you so much for joining me today on the program Healthy Living. I'm Adesuwa Osa Uwage. Today we want to look at sleep. How important is sleep? Because some kids don't even sleep anymore because of Cartoon Network and all of that, and even the use of phones by our children. You discover that some parents will wake up in the middle of the night as late as 2 a.m. to see their kids still watching television or on their phones, playing games, watching cartoons, and doing whatnot on their phones just because they are on holiday. But today on the program, we want to look at the importance of sleep. How important is sleep? And so joining me to look at this topic is a lecturer from the School of Nursing Sciences, University of Benin Teaching Hospital, and also a woman of God. So join me as I make welcome Favor Iniye Omarige. It's so nice to have you join us on the program, Favor. Okay, so today on the program, we want to look at sleep, and hopefully you'll give us good tips on how to sleep well. So first of all, what is the importance of sleep to everybody? Children, adults, what is the importance of sleep?
The importance of sleep to everyone cannot be overemphasized. You know, sleep is a natural way of revitalizing the system, mentally, psychologically, and otherwise. Sleep has a way of helping the body to rejuvenate itself. You know, it helps the tissues to grow, to heal, and then it helps to replenish any worn-out tissues. Painful enough, it is a very important and vital item that is missing in our society today because of social media and all of it. Sleep is very important for our well-being as individuals, to make us to live healthier and, you know, be more active. And our reasoning is sharper when we sleep well. We are more productive when we sleep well.
Let's take it from the children's angle. Now, kids are on holidays. A lot of them don't sleep anymore. They are mostly on social media, like you said. Some are on their phones watching cartoons, and some are just watching the regular TVs, but they are there up until 2 a.m., 3 a.m. They don't even sleep all through the nights, like they keep vigil until the next morning. So can they tell us why sleep is crucial for the overall health of children, especially children? How does it affect their growth?
You know, we're not having a lot of sleep deficits right now because of various activities that people are being indulged in, especially children. Sleep is very important in the general development of a child. If you don't allow your child to sleep well, they can come up with attention deficit syndrome, where they're unable to pay attention to activities. Then they can become very antisocial. They are unable to relate with people outside social media. When there's a time for them to talk with people around them, they're unable to relate. Why? Because they've not slept well and they've not lived their life inside social media. So interaction with others becomes very difficult. And then mentally, it starts giving them problems. They're unable to concentrate on things, on activities that they should have been able to carry out and concentrate on. And that's the reason why this period, we should encourage our children to rest. And then they should have what we call sleeping time. And then they should also have what we call resting time. They can, if not, it's on the long run, long-term disadvantage of this activity is not good at all.
Can you give us tips as a nurse how parents can enforce sleep time, bedtime, movie time, just as you've mentioned? How can parents enforce it? Because some parents see giving their phones to their children as a way of pacifying the children. And they don't even want to take that phone from that child because they do not want to be disturbed. So what are the tips you can give us on how parents can manage their children's social life and time for them to sleep and other activities?
Yes, it has to be, it's a very beautiful question you've asked. Time management is crucial here. The parents have to communicate with their children, bring them together, talk with them, inform them about the disadvantages of staying too long on the screens, all right, on social media, lack of sleep to their heads. Then they should have a timetable, a routine where from so and so time to so and so time, they are sleeping or they are playing. When they map it out like that for children during these holidays, and then you give them rewards when they do some of these things, it helps them to obey you promptly. And, you know, there's what we call the carrot and the stick. For those that are not complying to instructions, we look for other ways to discipline them. Take these items from them, their iPads, then allow them play with some other toys outside the screen. Again, you can make them read. Some children, when they carry books, because they don't want to read at that time, they'll find themselves sleeping off on top of that particular activity they are doing. So look for activities that can induce sleep for them and make them do it. In that way, it will make them sleep more often and then reduce their screen time, also reduce their time of lack of sleep. So I want to use
a lot of children suffers from sleep disorder, and most parents don't know. What are the signs and symptoms of sleep disorder in children?
Yes. You see, after some time, these children, they wake up in the morning. When you wake up in the morning, you're supposed to be feeling stronger and more active. But these children wake up tired from the sleep. They are waking up from sleep, but they are tired. Not had enough sleep. And also, outside that, This set of children, they don't have interest in activities that ordinarily should have interested them. They are not interested. And mentally, they are unable to process certain things that is within their age range that they should have been able to do. And then for some, they lose appetites. It can make them lose appetite. They don't want to eat because their system is not well rested. All right? So, amidst other things, when they get to school, they are unable to concentrate with their school activities. They can go to school and be dozing off in school because they have not slept well previously in their houses.
So what can parents do
and
now
again,
to
when
correct this
communicating with children
disorder
like this,
or sleep regressions in children? What can parents do?
They start entering into depressions, and then they seem to be withdrawn to themselves because they are not used to being with themselves.
So what can parents do to address this issue?
Any mother that sees that their children have not slept well for about 3 weeks or consecutive days in a week should please see the physician. Don't just assume that it's one of those things. No. See the physician, let them do an evaluation, and eventually, you know, if it's to place these children on therapies, beautiful. If care is not taken, if it's not handled quickly and easily, these children may need therapeutic care to be able to
How many hours should a child sleep in a day? How many hours of sleep is recommended for a child?
6 to 8 hours a day is beautiful. It's just okay.
All right, we'll take a short break from the program. When we come back, we will continue. Do stay tuned. Thank you for staying tuned. I'm still on the program with Favor Aniye Omorege, who is the lecturer at the School of Nursing Sciences, University of Benin Teaching Hospital. All right, Favor, thank you so much for staying tuned. Now, let's x-ray how lack of sleep affects the adult's mental health. How does lack of sleep, affect the mental health of an adult?
Just like we have for children. Adults that have lack of sleep tend to be tired and weary. You know, they lack attention. When there is need to participate in any activities, there's attention deficit.
All right, we seem to be having a little bit of network challenge there. Is Favor, I think Favor is not hearing me now. But let's see, let me ask that question again to say she's joining us via Zoom. So, Favor, like what I asked, I said, what can lack of sleep do to the mental health of an adult? How does it affect the adult? Do they exhibit the same signs and symptoms of mental stress as in children, or they have a different way of exhibiting theirs?
Oh, can you hear me? Very well.
All right, Favor,
yes, adults also will show signs of stress, a lot of stress. They will be unable to concentrate on activities. There's this burnout, you know, and then it aggravates to depression for some. Some other ones can come up with irritation. They become very irritated and unable to associate properly with people. It starts distorting their relationship because they've not been able to sleep well. And then they start deteriorating in their health. You know, lack of sleep can lead to some terminal conditions like diabetes mellitus, hypertension, all right, mental disorders like depression and so on. So we advocate good sleep is good life.
Persons don't see sleep as very important. A lot of adults don't see sleep as very important, and some who see sleep as important cannot sleep. There are some persons that will hit the bed, maybe say 9 o'clock or thereabout. They will not be able to close their eyes. They will not be able to sleep. And others will go to bed with their phones. How can such a person sleep? So that person who is looking for sleep, who is finding it difficult to sleep, who is thinking about everything in this life, everything but sleep, how can that person find sleep? Because we've been able to establish the fact that sleep is very important for everybody. For the overall well-being of a human being, sleep is key. So how can that, because there's so many people who cannot sleep, no matter how much they do. So some are depending on drugs. They need to stimulate it by using some drugs or the other to find sleep. But how can somebody normally help himself to sleep and sleep well without waking up like 3 or 4 times in the night before daybreak?
Beautiful. One of the ways that one can sleep and sleep well without having to wake up, too frequently is at least 2 hours before bedtime. Do away with screens, whether television, phones, iPads, computers. Stay away from them. When you stay too long on the screen, it's as a way of, impeding sleep from coming early enough. And also, late eating. Some people eat very late in the night. When you eat very late prior to your sleeping time, there's a tendency that you'll be discomforted to sleep. And again, we encourage persons that before you sleep, while you hit the bed, you have a lot of beautiful memories that you can actually, think about. Rather than thinking about negative things, think about sweet memories, things that make you happy. And, for some persons, they can just decide to hold their Bibles, and in the process, they can sleep off. Again, I don't encourage people to continue to take pills to sleep unless they've seen a physician and then it was prescribed and recommended for them. I would also encourage them to continue on it for a very long time, because these drugs themselves do have their side effects. So if you want to sleep and sleep well, and they don't drink too much water towards the evening hours of the day, because if you drink too much water towards the late hours of the day, you are likely to get up in the night to go and continue to urinate. And some persons, once they get up once, to urinate, they may not be able to find sleep again. All right, there are also other things that you can take. Take light food before as dinner, or eat your last meal early enough before your sleeping time. I think that will help to promote sleep, rest and sleep. Bathe. You can do warm massaging, mind massaging on yourself. There are some mind exercises that you can actually do too before bedtime. And all of this will help you. You won't need any drug to be able to sleep. So I've talked about diet. I've talked about habits with screen. I've also talked about not taking water too late in the evenings and all of that. I think that will help also.
Sleepwalk. You find somebody is working, but that person is actually sleeping. Is there a cure for that, or is it a therapy team? Both children and adults. Adults sleepwalk, children sleepwalk. So what's really the cause of sleepwalking?
In sleepwalking, this is not a very common condition, but it does occur. And people that have conditions like that should see the physician.
Okay, but there are some that will not see the physician. Instead, they will attribute it to something else. Is there any therapy that can be done before seeing a physician?
When they are tired, at least all of us, we know our body, you know how tired you are. When you are tired, sit down. Give yourself some time off. And that's what some persons will never do. They are not truthful to themselves. They are not truthful to their bodies. When their body starts giving them signs that you need to rest, you need to rest. Some of these persons will refuse to rest. So if they're able to monitor themselves to know that I'm tired, I should sit down and rest. At that time, they won't have to be sleepwalking. They'll be sitting and sleeping instead.
Okay. All right, Favor, this is where we wrap it up on the program Healthy Living today. I want to say thank you so much for finding time to join us via Zoom, despite your very busy schedule today. Thank you so much for finding time to be with us on the program Healthy Living. And compliments of the season, I'll be in your house to come and eat rice and chicken. Hope you would invite me.
Very much, ma. No issues at all. You are most welcome. Thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you. You're welcome. All right, people, this is it today on the program Healthy Living. You have heard how important sleep is to your overall well-being, especially for kids. All right? Be able to prioritize sleep in the life of your children, and of course in your own life too. Screen time, bedtime, playtime, and all of that. And once in a while, take their phones from them, deprive them from using the screen so that they can have a balanced life. Thank you. We'll see you again, and compliments of the season.
Oṣòdì aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Oba Tope. Yari yari,
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Say, look, excuse me, as you are doing everything, remember that I said January, which is next week, and is there waiting patiently. So, if you know, you know. With that, I'll say welcome on board Sunday's edition of This Morning on ITV, the last Sunday edition for the year 2025. I am Wilson Marshall. Today's edition, we're going to take a recap. I'll take a look at some of the events that shaped 2025. Yes, economy, politics, security, you just name it. To go through the year, bringing out some salient events. I might just start from the latest. It's like, you know, the U.S. bombing. It's like what closed the year 2025, so to speak. Yeah, we're going to deliberate on that. We'll take a look at the political scene. What is going on? Then we can delve into, the economy. Are things getting better compared to the beginning of this year? What do you feel about the various moves by this administration to make Nigerians laugh, to make their life easier, to make their life better? Do you feel that Nigerians are happier this time around when compared to the beginning of this year? What are those events that shaped this year? That is on the national scale. We'll bring it down again to the states. Yes, Edo State in particular. How have we fared so far as a state? The government of the day, have they been doing well? If yes, in what aspect? If no, in what aspect? And what do you think should be done to make Nigerians, Edo citizens, happier? So today we are taking stock of the year 2025, so you don't want to miss any part of it, because we are ready to really go through memory lane, or memory lane rather, to unravel to you what transpired in the year 2025. The policies, the events, you just name it. In all, we give thanks to God. We survived, and we are here to talk about it. But right now, we'll go on a break. When we return, we might take a look at the papers, or we just start off immediately with a discussion segment. Stay tuned. Don't go away. I'll be right back.
Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year from Independent Television and Radio.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. Now take a look at what the papers have in store for us this beautiful Sunday morning. Quickly, let's dive into the papers. The Nation. On The Nation, we have these headlines. Sokoto airstrike aftermath. Niger Republic issues decree to defend sovereignty. After Tinubu, Nigerians most abused politician, says Wike. And AFCON, Super goes through to round of 16. That's one of the headlines making the rounds on the Nation newspaper. Okay, 7,000 Forest Guard graduates sets for what now? Immediate deployment. All right, now that is another a screamer. And of course, you have LG Autonomy. That makes signals from states over allocation, deduction threat. Okay. Well, want to get the full details, just go grab a copy of that paper. Now let's move on. Sunday Independent. Yes, on Sunday Independent, we have these headlines on Sunday Independent. Nigeria laments low impact of massive borrowing in 2025. Describe Tinubu's reform as mixed bag, one people-friendly policies in 2026. How Nigerians survived in 2025. Growing marriage fatigue in men endanger family life. I want to take that again. Growing marriage fatigue in men endangers family life. Ojulari and the NNPC Foundation, social investment as a pillar of sustainable growth. Let's move to the next paper. This day, on this day we have these headlines making the rounds. In security game changer, Tinubu launches Forest Guard, 7,000 deployed. U.S. airstrike in Nigeria prevented potential Christmas attacks, says Congressman Moore. And Chuks Okocha Linus at Leke in Abuja and Onumiyo Innocent in Sokoto. A United States Congressman Riley Moore has stated that interested. Let's move to the next. Also some other headlines making the round on this particular okay, let's see, the Vanguard newspaper. That should be the next paper. Yes, the Vanguard newspaper. Let's see what the Vanguard newspaper have in store. Okay, U.S. resumes surveillance flights over Northeast. It's like it's not over yet as U.S. resumes surveillance flight over Northeast. All right. And we have this one here as Nigeria, U.S. move to assess tourist sites destruction in Sokoto. Now that is a screamer which everyone has been looking at for, and we're going to form for part of our discussion even today. Let's move to the next paper. For sports lovers, narrow escape. Yes, we won 3-2, but how narrow was the escape really? We're leading 1-2-3, all of a sudden 3-1, 3-2, and Nigerians are like, worried that, look, if we continue this way, we may not have a good story to tell. But bottom line, we won Tunisia 3-2, and Cristiano Ronaldo reaches 956 career goals. Madrid set a Vietnam plan with Vinicius Sil. We have these Gunners finished 2025 top of EPL. Yes, they won their match yesterday against Brighton. Onuachu explains Turkey form after EPL struggle. Man is called leveler in stalemate. Beneget first win as Botswana bows out. So Botswana right now, they are out. Okay, for Ivory Coast, Cameroon is going to be Champions Battle, Lions in Blockbuster. It's going to be quite interesting. And shockingly yesterday, so I'm not saying it's not a shocking thing after all, Aston Villa, you can take them as title contenders. They defeated Chelsea 2-1. Defeated Man U also 2-1, but the latest victory comes as it defeated Chelsea 2-1. Man U, Chelsea, the one that scored the first goal, but somehow Aston Villa leveled up and they came out tops. Yeah. All right. That's it on the segment. It's beautiful Sunday morning. We'll now dive into the discussion segment. Don't go away. We'll be right back as we tee up a review of what transpired in the year 2025. When we take the last for first, which is the U.S. strike. They will now go down memory lane, picking at some things that really affected us positively, and of course not too positively, because the year has come to an end. It's time for us to take stock of how we survived the year 2025. So don't go away. We'll be right back. Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is TMI reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Nigeria. Like I told you before we commence with the show, is all about taking stock of the year 2025, and it seems like what happened towards the end of the year might just begin the discussion. Yes, security situation. When this administration was inaugurated, aside subsidy gone, they promised to take care of Nigerians in terms of providing adequate security. And of course, you all know the story too well. Things turn from bad to worse. If there's anything like worst, yeah, we got to that point that triggered the U.S. for the very first time in Nigeria to carry out bombings. And the government said that they are aware of it. Though many people have divergent views and opinions about this particular. Some call it incursion, some said it's a welcome development, some said Nigerians should be the one in charge of securing Nigeria. And people have been asking so many questions. Anyway, that's what we're going to start out from on today's discussion segment, the last Sunday for the year, the last edition of TMI for the Sunday, of the year 2025. With me here in the studio, I have Honorable Derek Nwago, political analyst, political affairs commentator. Honorable Derek, thank you so much for making our time to join me this morning.
Thank you for having me. Happy New Year in advance to you viewers.
All right, and I'm still very close to him. He is our person done, Elvis Brown, political analyst, political affairs commentator, a right activist. Elvis, thank you so much for making our time to join me this morning.
Thank you very much, Wilson. Good morning, viewers, and Happy New Year in advance.
All right, join us virtually. He was a one-time local government boss, political analyst, a right activist, also one-time member of the Edo State Assembly. Join me to welcome Honorable Destiny Enabulele. Destiny, Happy New Year in advance.
Mr. Wilson, I salute you very lavishly. And I want to greet my brother happy compliment of the season and New Year in advance. Let me say.
Thank you so much, Destiny. Well, we expected the likes of Romusala to join us also virtually. When he's able to, log on, definitely I will introduce him. I was also expecting a legal practitioner, political affairs commentator, Barrister Justin Urwe. He will come, share his own views and opinion, because today we're taking stock of the year 2025. Let's dive into security matters. Honorable Derek, I mean, it's like Nigerians have had their own fair share of security situations. Some are saying insecurity, some call it that particular factor that almost brought Nigeria down on her knees. Some are saying that Nigeria is already on her knees because of the security situation. 2025 security situation. Take it up from there, Derek.
Well, the Nigerian nation saw a very heightened security challenge with regards to banditry, kidnapping, cattle rustling, fundamentalist, jihadist movements attacking, Christians and moderate Muslims, up to armed robbery, just to name but a few. We saw a very increased intensity with regards to the hostility of all of these variables, plaguing the nation as a whole. And one would have expected that government would have been more proactive in dealing with all of these challenges. We actually seem to have been motivated from the, do I say incursion or intrusion of the American states interfering in our security situation through threats and what have you, before the government appeared to have increased this pace with regards to fighting insecurity. You will recall that Nigeria have a boundary, our boundary between Niger Republic is 1,500 kilometers. And we would have expected that the Nigerian state or nation or government would have been more proactive in dealing with this issue of foreign jihadists, people trooping into the nation. The best way to have curbed that menace was to do what countries like Saudi Arabia did. What did Saudi Arabia do? Saudi Arabia had a boundary, length of about 1,350 kilometers with Iraq. They fenced it. As soon as they fenced it, the issue of, fundamentalist activity ceased within that, nation. So proactive vision is very important with curbing challenges of security. You must not be reactionary all the time. I would have also expected that government would have, a long time ago, sponsored an executive bill towards implementing the state policing system, which is long overdue. But for some selfish reason by the political elite in order to centralize power and influence within the federating states, the federal government over the years refused, to approve the creation of state policing. And I equally said some time ago on this forum that we have to even go further than creating state policing. We should also include in that executive bill for Nigeria to also operate private security, network or agencies where big men, VIPs can access security details without burdening the public police system with their own personal need for private security. Yes, firearm-bearing private security sectors can be created alongside with state policing so that they will work concomitantly with the state policing system, so long as they work under the state. So these are many more of the issues, many more of the issues that the Nigerian system of state or government needed to have done in order to checkmate the menace of insecurity, the broad spectrum, challenges of insecurity that plague this nation. Sure. And you also agree with me that in this year, 2025, it was very, very serious, very, very devastating on the Nigerian citizens. But I'm glad now that the government is waking up to its responsibility to the extent that America is now...
We'll come to that. We'll come to that point.
Okay, thank you.
We'll come to that point. Thank you so much. Right now, we want to take a break. When we return, we'll continue with this discussion. It's all about 2025 under review, the major event that really shaped the year. Security challenges was a major in Nigeria. Don't go away. We'll be right back. For staying tuned, if you just joined us, this is TMI, Sunday's edition, the last Sunday for the year of 2025. We are taking stock of what transpired in the year 2025, and join us right now in the studio. We have introduced him in absentia. He is not a person, a legal practitioner, public affairs commentator. Join me to welcome Barrister Justin Udwe. Barrister, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Good morning, listeners and viewers at home.
All right.
Prosperous new year in advance.
All right.
Welcome to TMI.
Right. Now let's go to Elvis Brown. Security is like, Nigeria was almost brought down to her knees. Some are saying that we're already on our knees, if not for the bombardment or intervention of the U.S. The year 2025, in retrospect, talking about the security situation, architecture, what's your take?
Well, thank you very much, Wisin. My take is that we actually lost control of security situation in the country long ago. Since when the former president, the late Muhammadu Buhari, was in power, it appears as though the country's leadership had no idea what to do with the security situation. This present government, this year, our focus is this year, all these bad guys were running rampage everywhere. They were seizing local governments, going into communities, wiping them out. It was completely, unheard of. Nothing seemed to have been happening. And that's because the moment the government came into power, the focus was the next election. That was, I think, what mattered to the government. They took their focus away from security, from education, from all those other things, and focused on campaigning for the next election. And these guys, just were everywhere, kidnapping, killings, name it. Nobody was being held accountable. We saw, for instance, a particular bandit, in this case you call a terrorist, who killed a senior police officer and then came for negotiation with the government and wore the uniform he took from the person he killed to that negotiation. Everything, the name, the rank and everything were there. He wore them to negotiation table. And nobody was asking questions. We see these people sitting with these guys, with their rifles, with their, their RPGs in the name of negotiation. So they were ridiculing the image of the country in the name of trying to want to have a conversation. There was no strategy, there was no plan, nothing at all. So, it took America, it took Donald Trump actually, not even America, it took Donald Trump to talk about it, to have our government, now giving it attention. It took Donald Trump to say, look, this thing is getting too much. Irrespective of the direction Donald Trump came from, he drew attention, the global attention to what is happening in Nigeria. Then the government began to want to think now on what to do. So the year has been really terrible when you talk about security. But I'm glad that we're ending the year with a strategy. At least we now know that there's a possible intervention from America. And so with that possible intervention, we can now be rest assured that within a year or so, we would have been able to decimate these guys to a level that people can now travel, to a level that people can now go to the farm, to a level that market women can now decide to trade from interstate. So these are the things that keep the nation going. And so far, those things were almost gone. We're no longer able to farm. We're no longer able to travel. Now, those who are traveling, we have to call people to find out how the road was before you embark on a journey. And even when you're going, whatever it is, you see people parking, telling you stories of kidnapping along the way. So many things happening. It was as though we no longer have leaders in the country. So the year was horrible in terms of security. And I think that it all stopped, like the president once said, during the Jonathan administration, that the buck stopped at the table of the president, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. When Boko Haram was, disturbing the nation, especially the Northeast at the time, he said the buck stopped with the president. And now he's the president, it should stop with him also. So instead of, most time, calling people to say, oh, let's, tackle security, let's work together. No, it stops with you. Handle it, take care of it. And I think he's now waking up to his responsibility because he knows that once America comes in to help you solve the problem, definitely there'll be concessions. All right, so one of those concessions might even be regime change. Who knows? And so because the man is so keen on returning, he will definitely want to do something about it this time. And I hope he does. I hope he does.
All right. Now let's get to hear from Destiny in Abulele. I believe that he has a lot to say about our security situation. Destiny, over now to you.
Yet another with my brothers there at the studio, most especially my in-law. You see, let me quickly say this. I have to this morning single out two particular incidents that happened. The Yawata massacre in June and the killing of a general, Nigeria Army general. You see, we must call a spade a spade. My late grandmother of blessed memory once said in my very rich Benin language that what that means is, which is very simple, that the imam, the babalawo, the pastors, the reverend fathers cannot go to their various place of worship when there are, rancor, when there are disturbance, when there are war in the community. Simply put, there's nothing meaningful in an atmosphere of rancor. So you cannot see where we are this morning, because over time we have failed our people and we have failed humanity. I have a saying that any society that recompenses defective deportment fabricate a moral peril that will erode that society. You agree with me? That's where we are today. Because the least of us are the ones presiding over very intelligent ones and our collective patrimony. And they don't know what to do with it. They are bereft of ideas with utmost humility and simplicity. I will say it because I have been there. One time, executive chairman of a council. I know the approach, the methodology I deployed in presiding over the local government. It's on record that before my advent, or perhaps as a local government chairman, of South Southwest, let me be very particular this morning, was rigged of kidnapping. When I assumed office, barely a month or thereabout, when I assumed office, there was a kidnapping about few posts from the local government secretariat. You can go and do your findings, Mr. Wilson. And the sad story was that my secondary school mate, Gobazoa Grammar School, she was the one kidnapped. My secondary school mate. I immediately left there without any security. Before the DPO arrived, the secretariat, I was already at the council. And there, DPO told me that, Chairman, you don't need to do it like that. And immediately, I cut short. I closed from office that day. I went straight to the 4th Brigade. I met the commanding officer. Then I booked a series of meetings with all the security agencies, the DSS, the Zone 5, the police commissioner, the SCDC. I met with all of them. And to be very frank with you, they all visited my local government. And what follows was the army post at Igobazoa. For the 3 years that I spent as a local government council, there was incidents of kidnapping. It was reduced to the barest minimum. You can do your findings. I never use police escorts. You can only do your findings. At times, I drove myself to office. And people do advise me that I say, I said, well, but I need to do it. I'm not running from anybody because I'm from the people. What am I trying to say? You see, we have missed it as a people. We have missed it because our greatest undoing, with utmost humility and simplicity, is by having, I know that the issue of insecurity, he inherited it from his. But you and I know there have been series of revelations. I'm not the one that will be saying it this morning. That what we are currently facing as a people, the nosediving of our security, and the coming on board of insecurity of every nook and cranny, at the latter breath of this country, was the architect of this party that is in government. It was, I'm not the one saying it. They were alleged, permit me, that the number 2 man of this country at the time housed a very notorious terrorist in his guest house. And again, presently, a sitting governor alleged the former governor of using a terrorist, giving them money to cajole the people, to coerce the people, to force the people to vote for his party. I'm not the one saying it. If you go into your archives, you will know that what I'm saying, I'm only reiterating what has been said. You see, we have a problem. That's why I said that any society that recompenses a defective deportment fabricate a moral peril that will erode that society. And we have found ourselves at a very quagmire, at a crossroad. That's why I must give it to the US government, most especially to President Donald Trump. You know, it's there in the Bible that our Lord Jesus Christ will come as a thief in the night. Indeed, Trump came at the will hour of the night, just as our Lord Jesus Christ, once said he will come at the night to save us. If Trump has not come at that hour, we would have experienced some series of bombing, left, right, center. I'm saying this for free. As a result of this kidnapping and what have you, terrorists and bandits in the northwest, our roads are no longer safe. So you can see what my grandmother said, that there is nothing meaningful in an atmosphere of rancor. She would say, a woman. Because I lived with her when my father died. Our first child, the only male, died. So I lived with her for close to about 9 years. So for me, she taught me so many things. The issue of morality and what have you. And let us look at it. All of us, including my very self, we are to be blamed in this whole, quagmire. Let me learn with this thought, sir. You see, our religious leaders, as we speak very justly, they have missed this track. They call themselves, it's not God that is calling them. With utmost humility, with no exemption. You can see what has bedeviled the religious bodies across board. They are now in bed with what is between the legs. They have missed, so there is a moral compass deficit in this country. Ordinarily, the religious body ought to be in the forefront.
I will come back to you, comrade.
Thank you very much.
Definitely come back to you. You've made your point, valid points. Well, you cannot say that all religious body that they want to call it God and God didn't call them. Some of them are
including all of us.
Or we are called, and still being called by God. Okay, let's get to hear from St. Moses Iremosele. He is standing by also visually. St. Moses, security situation in Nigeria in the year 2025. Your perception and views. St. Moses, are you there?
Can you hear me?
If you can unmute yourself, we appreciate that, please.
Can you hear me? I'm on mute now. Can you hear me? Hello?
Please go ahead.
Okay, good. Good morning, Edo State. I wish to quickly comment on the situation of security in the country. In the year 2025, it was very tough. And thankfully, towards the end, there was a resolution to the security crisis, or beginning of a resolution, with the bombardment of terrorists in Sokoto State and in collaboration with the federal government. I wish to acknowledge the fact that the government has not been as astute as it should be, but since the comment by the President of the United States of America and the pressure from that end, Nigeria has woken up. A number of drastic steps have been taken, and that's thankful, because if the Nigeria refused to take action, nothing would have happened. And thank the president, our president, for taking that decision. And yes, beyond the security situation, there are other things that we're missing before. We are looking at the next election, like someone just said before now. And thank God now nobody's talking so much about the next election. They're talking about governance. And when we talk about governance, we would be able to defeat the insecurity crisis in the country. We have to overcome that. And the other thing that happened in the year, not only security problem, the other thing that happened in the year people don't talk about is the fact that in the first time for more than several decades, Nigeria is exporting petroleum products to the United States of America and many other countries. That is significant. That's something that happened. That's progress. Nigeria made some significant progress too. We battled challenges, but we made radical progress in this country, and I almost acknowledge that fact. So many things happened in 2025. Thank you.
St. Moses, we're taking it step by step, please. Okay, we want to focus on the security situation. We'll go to other parts. All right, right now we are zooming in on security situation, and later we go into economy, go into fuel, petrol, you just name it, okay? So let's go in on security situation right now. Thank you so much for your opinion. Now, let me come to Barrister Justin Ore. You've heard them. You're listening patiently and, of course, intently. Now, what do you feel about how we have fared so far in this regime? We talk about security challenges.
This regime.
Yes. Talk about this year, please. This year,
okay.
On the review.
Well, under 2025 under review, or security under review in the year 2025, it's been woeful, it's been pitiable, and it's shameful. You know, so when a country like Nigeria, you are traveling from maybe Benin to Warri, Benin to Lagos, Benin to Abuja, you have to first and foremost do a fasting and praying section. God, not only you give me safety on the road, deliver me from the hand of kidnappers. In Jesus' name, you say amen. Or your wife and your children, make that prayer, you know that...
it's like you've done this several times.
Yes, 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 yes. So I won't deny it. That is shameful. We are not even going to... You see, the infantry, the temerity, the brazenness with which these thugs, touts, miscreants, low-lifers, sorry I used that word, my apology, you know, take over our space and take prominent men and women into the bush, far into the forest, and begin to make unimaginable demands of unimaginable sum of money, demanding for hundreds of millions. For what? Simply because you left your house maybe to do a transaction in a neighboring state, or to carry out one or two responsibility in a neighboring state. The next thing you end up in the hands of these robbers, kidnappers, terrorists. The women are molested seriously, and the men are beaten, tortured. Your family have to cough out the money they never planned for. Sometimes the money they never had, or some of the amount they never heard of. They have to put it on. Not too far away from Benin here in Iowa, Delta State, somewhere around the Benin, Akure and Benin Auchi Road. You know, this is not supposed to be. We are focused, even, I think in Benin, no, not Benin, somewhere around Kano, there was an assistant commissioner of police that he was talking about. That was caught. Assistant commissioner of police. That's already a commissioner of police. The other one was brigadier general. That's an army general. So the security system was so compromised that the signal the army general was giving out was being infiltrated by bandits. That is how they were able to locate his location. And you know what follows thereafter? Until Donald Trump started talking, our president was on bed. When I say it was just like sleeping. Look at Benue. The Yetewa, something like that, the massacre. Jesus. Look at Plateau. Horrible sight. And the president never visited that place. Even though he went to Benue, he never visited Yetewa community. Till tomorrow, a president, commander-in-chief of a Federal Republic of Nigeria, look at how Donald Trump is talking. Why would you not be proud if you're an American? Just tell me, why will you not, if your president is talking like that, why will you not be proud? Yes, this is my president. Tell me. And he gave out warning, caution, and he followed with action. And we saw the results. In short, by his statement alone, Nigeria was already quaking. And no, it's not Christian. Sorry, it's not Christian genocide. Muslims are also fine. It's not only Muslim. Ordinary persons that are whether Muslim or Christian, they are all fine. But what did you do? Why did you allow it to escalate to this point? Because it is on public domain that many of these terrorists were people that were being used for one reason or the other that fell out. Look at Taraba, where it doesn't have a It doesn't have an airport, but we are aware that aircraft don't land there to take away the resources of the states. How? What is the country doing? What is the FGN doing? Until somebody far away, thousands of miles say, no. Before you now started running these maybe changes on the security architect you have, bringing in some fine hand like Christopher Musa, you know, and some results are being seen. Where were you all this while? Where have you been? What stops Nigeria from using the method our brother, Mr. Godwin Obaseki, used in Benin, the command and control center? What stops us from having our own surveillance, area surveillance? Obaseki had drones, some of them with night vision. Can't Nigerians get that? Can't we improve on that? Go to Enugu State. That's what the method they are. You enter Enugu State, they capture you. They capture you from your entrance, even extend to neighboring states. If a state can do that, it's not copied by another state, then what stops the president from taking a working mechanism, borrowing a working mechanism? America came all the way from the US. They delivered their citizens in this country. Are you aware? They located the place without even consulting our security. They located the people, they removed their person, they unlived the terrorists, and they carried away water something, I forgot the second name. They took him away. None of the people that came were hurt, but all the terrorists were gunned down. How were they able to do that? You employ technology now, and we are just sitting here, giant of Africa. What cannot happen in some other countries like Ghana, Benin, even South Africa is happening in your domain, and you can't do anything about it. Say you are commander, you are just concerned about 2027. Do you even know if you get to 20? Are you God? Do you know if you get to 2027? The air you breathe, no matter how powerful you are, somebody owns it and gives it to you. So you have not finished with today. The Bible says, be satisfied with today's own trouble. Leave tomorrow for God. But you are talking of 2027. When we are in 2025, you've not finished this. 2026 is there, you've not even talked about it. You are talking about 2027. And lives are being lost. It doesn't concern provided it's not your problem.
All right, so
you have routine of security men going around with you.
All right. So you agree that for the year 2025, security situation was poor
in the state and in the country as
a country, okay, fine.
It's poor, it's woeful.
All right. Well, want to go for a break. When we return, we'll dive a little into the interference of America. Some call it interference. Others are saying no, it's not interference. It's like strengthening our security architecture. We'll be right back after this break. Don't go away. Remember, like we talked about before we went on that break, it's all about taking stock of the year 2025 and majorly speaking, security challenges was at its worst. Someone saying it's a worst so far since the inception of Nigeria. So even comparing it to the Civil War, saying number of casualties, like in a very close to radar, some persons are like trying to measure the pains, the agony suffered by Nigerians occasioned by insecurity. Now, let me come to you, Derek. Since you're on security, before diving into at least some gains, I believe that we had some gains this year. But do you think with the interference, or will I say with the, I'm looking for a phrase to really qualify this one now, or with the help rendered by the US, do you feel that things will change? Because some are saying this is an interference. Yeah, no thanks to Gumi. Others are saying it's help from the US. Do you think things will change?
On the short run, it will be quite helpful what they've just done, because you look at it from a strategic angle. They dropped bomb in Sokoto. Sokoto is the seat of power, or the motivating, seat of power for fundamentalists. Is seen as the seat of power of the fundamentalist folks, being that Sokoto is more like the Mecca of Islam in Nigeria. America can be very strategic sometimes. And for them to have dropped that bomb, you know, America also know how to bluff a lot. Then they would have gained the attention of the most influential Muslim, quote unquote, in Nigeria, who is the Sultan of Sokoto. He would now come into this issue to start to mediate with a view to ensuring that all of this hostility against Christians, moderate Muslims, and what have you, will come to an end. I would say if America wanted to be very tactical, they would have seriously bombarded Sambisa Forest.
Yes.
But instead, they focused on, in Sokoto, I think they said one of their training camps that is in Sokoto, they bombarded that place. So it's a strategic move with a view to ensuring that the most influential Muslim individuals will come into the picture to try to douse the tension. And they said that if this hostility continues, then there will be more bombardment. But if you ask me, I would say it's a short-term gain.
Why would you say so?
But in the long run, if this hostility continues, the real ISIS fundamentalists at the global scale might now show more interest in the situation plaguing Nigeria. They might want to, you know, establish real ISIS here. So it is better that this temporary gain that the government have achieved with the influence of the American state should be leveraged upon. Yes, what's wrong if now the government tries to use the carrot and stick approach? On the one, they'll be attacking them like no man's business. That is a terrorist and fundamentalist. Then on the other hand, they'll tell influential leaders of the Muslim faith to see how they can also engage these fundamentalists with a view to disarming them. You know, because there's a saying in Benin, let me also imitate Honorable Destiny in Abulele, that Okwemo said, war is not beautiful. So whatever proper thing that is necessary to forestall any future occurrence of this kind of we against them should be, you know, assessed. Any way that we can use strategy without warfare to address the issue that we face should be also be, you know, addressed. We can take another route that does not involve hostility, while we are also exploring that area of hostility to yanking all of those terrorist leaders off the face of the earth. While we are doing that, we should also see how they can be engaged, because this is the most productive time to engage these people, to see how they can repatriate them back to their country. Because many of these people are from Niger, you know, and Mali and Chad. So we'll see how we can, you know, take them back to their country, while we are also working on digital IDing Nigerians through the digital platform. It's very possible. While we also strengthen our national, you know, identity management commission with a view to ensuring that everybody that comes into Nigeria, that are dwelling in Nigeria, are legally here. Remember I said earlier that nothing should stop Nigeria from also fencing our boundary with Niger Republic. Because Pakistan did it. They saw results. They fenced their border with
India.
Not India. This country that fought America for a very long time. Afghanistan. Then Saudi Arabia also fenced their border with Iraq. And they saw results. So what stops Nigeria from fencing our 1,500 kilometer border with Niger Republic, so that our border will no longer be free for all these people who are waging jihadist war against our citizens?
All right, I'll come back to you, Honorable Derek. Well, Barrister, you heard him. But Sheikh Gumi said this attack is counterproductive. And what Derek says, in the short run, we may get it, but in the long run, it may just be all war in the particular zone, talking about the northern zone, and ISIS may take it personal.
Well, what do you expect from Sheikh Gumi? I'm surprised that he's still being allowed to express such ignoble views. Yes. Was it not Sheikh Gumi that was returned from Saudi Arabia that he cannot come to Saudi Arabia to do the lesser Hajj or one of the Hajjis? It was because of issues related to security or terrorism in Nigeria. So that's why I said, oh God, you see, you can't be a leader of a country like Nigeria. Your responsibility is being discharged by external leaders or president, and yet you turn a blind eye or you turn your face to the other side. That is it. Is it United Dubai or something like United? I think it's United Arab
Emirates. Yeah.
They gave a list of terrorists or terrorist sponsors or sympathizers in Nigeria. What have the Nigerian government done about it? Is it in this country that they kidnap school girls? Just very recently, one in Nigeria, I think one somewhere around Abuja. The IG said that they brought them out, they now released them. Where are those that did those kidnapping? Kidnapping is capital offense. So the gains from what America did, it has both long-term gains and short-term gains. One, it has sent signals that it is no more party as it used to be. And America added a caveat. Gentlemen, if you continue with this, let me use the word wahala, then we are ready to match you force for force. And who wants to dare America? Who wants to dare America? Tell me, in Nigeria. Tell me, who wants to dare America? America of all country. A blessed country, a country where yes is yes and no is no. They tell you as it is. Sheikh Gumi is just saying all those things so that, I don't want to say, he's just saying it so that I have something to say, to gain some headlines. There is serious gains in it, and it's already happening, and long-term gain is also there. And our security architects are working, are coming up.
Okay.
Are coming up. Even the president cannot deny it.
Elvis?
Wilson, on the basis of religion, our legal system is not balanced. Remember, Kabir Sokoto was the guy that bombed Catholic Church in Madala during the Jonathan administration. After bombing that Catholic Church, he ran to Meduguri. Now the DSS were looking for him everywhere. By the time they found him, he was in government house. You know who was the governor at the time? Our current vice president. Now, when Chibok girls were kidnapped, Jonathan made an attempt to arrest the principal of the school and interrogate him to get to know how this could happen. How can that number of students be moved out of that community? Do you know what happened? He was made a commissioner, the principal of the school. To shield him from the presidency, they made him a commissioner. Go and do your research and see. So in Nigeria, what we are experiencing, without intervention, nothing will happen. Because the system is corrupt to the point where nothing can be allowed to happen. When Obama wanted to invade Sambisa Forest, the plan was to gas the guys there and move out those girls. But by the time they did their area surveillance, these guys were wearing masks. Information I reached them that, look, they're going to gas you. That is what you're getting. So if we must defeat this terror, there has to be some sort of intervention. Ask anybody, what plan does this government have? Before they came into power, what strategy did they put on the table? There was none. In terms of security, there was none. So there is no plan. There's no strategy. So what you're going to have is to have other countries keep coming in to help until we get it right. Now let me tell you, recently Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel, made a broadcast concerning Nigeria also. And honestly, I welcome him to come in and help. Otherwise, you will find bombs being dropped on empty land. Early this morning, I read in news that the bomb the American launched didn't hit any target. That the terrorists got an information ahead of time before the bombs arrived and were evacuated. And so these guys in Sokoto State are busy granting interview to BBC, to CNN, that the bombs were launched on empty ground. And the reason they are saying that It's because there's a possibility that these guys were aware. So you are fighting a terror that has insiders in the government. And so if you do that, and you say, okay, maybe what they need to do is to now move back and let us deal with it, we're dealing with nothing. This move that Trump has made must not be something that you leave for a long time before you come in again. Follow in with another one and another one until you completely decimate it. We're talking about our borders. Mr. White has said a lot about our borders, but look at it. Nigeria has the most porous borders on the African continent. These guys we're talking about, they have national identification. The moment they come in, they are made to have national IDs. Our NIN, see, our data system is useless. Anybody can walk into any place and claim any local government, claim any state, and have your NIN given to you. Nobody's going to ask a question. Nobody's going to trace you to your family lineage. Nothing of that nature is happening. When Trump came into office, you know the first thing he did is to secure the border. Under Biden, millions were pouring into America. And crimes were on the rise in all the cities across America. So when he came in, he first of all secured the border. After securing the border, they are still building the wall as we speak. High up walls. Still. Now, after securing the border, he went back into the city and started rooting out those who came in without due processes. Those who are constituting nuisance. Those who are committing crimes. And so he started rooting them out. Pulling them to different countries. If you say, oh, don't deport them here, he takes them to another country. As far as it's concerned, it's America first. Americans must enjoy the dividends of their democracy.
Like clean up America.
Clean up America for Americans. And so if you want to go into America, you must have to fulfill the conditions that are laid down before you. So you fill these forms and then you abide by the rules. If you violate the rules, you are gone. So because it's a privilege, we don't have such here.
All right.
We don't have such here. Before I go, sir, on our roads, you have police checking papers, checking our pockets, checking phones. You don't even have immigrations on the road with guns, looking into vehicles, checking vehicles, immigration officers. You have customs on the road. But when you go to the border, they are as porous as anything. And why do you think they are on the roads? Because the roads are lucrative. If they stay on the road, they can build houses. Their salary will not have been able to help them build. If they stay on the road, they can buy cars that they probably wouldn't have been able to buy with their salaries. And so everybody wants to go to the road. I was driving on the road recently in Benin City. A police officer stopped me. And I stopped. The moment he stopped me and he walked close to me, his phone rang. And then he picked the call, it was his boss. And the boss kept saying, you guys are keeping me waiting. And he said, yes sir, you'll see it soon. After that, you know what he told me? He said, that's my boss. We need to send money for fuel. And when we tell you people to give us money, it's as if we are thieves and all that. I started laughing. There is a boss that will remove you from the road if you are not delivering. The system is so bad. So how do you get the security right? If you have, it's only recently that they removed soldiers from our roads. They are still there, but not as active as it were. You have soldiers on the road. That's unheard of.
All right.
That's unheard of.
All right. Hold on. You cannot break this rank, please. Destiny, well, with the assistance of, let's say, interference or positive contribution of America, do you feel that our security architecture will rise up to expectation this time?
Yeah, Mr. Wilson, you know, when I wanted to land with my earlier comments with the issue of, religious leaders, I was Yankov. Let me say this. You must call a spade, it's never a garden fork. If you go back to history, I'm an history student. The Martin Luther King of Germany, if you go back to history, you'll be able to understand, perhaps appreciate the roles of religious leaders in an evolving society like ours. Again, if you go back to United States of America, the role of Martin Luther King Jr., if you study him, you will understand the role he played as a reverend in the evolving that later led to the freedom and emancipation of the blacks in the United States of America. But if you try to equate it with our own religious leaders here, they have beclouded their sense of cognitive religious reasoning with, trivia, material, and their quest to personalize whatever resources they are getting from their ministry, thereby abandoning the day-to-day running of this country, because the political leaders and the religious leaders, they are in the same web in terms of permitting corruption and what have you. You see, the intervention of the United States of America, as put it by my in-law, Mr. White, you see, yes, there's long-term, there's short-term. It will be short-lived if we Nigerians, criticize the America of their intervention. You say, Winston, you are a married man, you are a father. If your wife decides to cry to your neighbor to come and assist you in training your kids, then you as a father has failed. Not only failed as a father, you equally failed as a husband, and you equally failed as a community man. That is the gospel truth. So for us as a people, the bulk of this whole problem is the Nigerian people that are the receiving end. When I say the Nigerian people, permit me to this morning, not the ruling class, but the average Nigerian people, the electorate, the masses, because it is biting our pockets. Ordinarily, for me, I don't like flying. Anytime I want to go to Abuja, I have to fly. And for me, I love driving. I love exploring. I'll stop by at Lokoja, blah, 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 to look at and buy things. So I love it right from my school days. I love traveling. It's part of my first hobby. So I love traveling, not by air, by land. Because of this insecurity in our roads, it is eating deep in our pockets. And the signal is sent to our homes. It's not palatable. That is the gospel truth. So we are not looking. See, it is broader than what we are saying. So for me, I want to appeal to Nigerians this morning that we must embrace America and Israel, Netanyahu, to come and assist us in fighting this menace. I must be very frank. But again, the optics among the political elites is quite disheartening. It is frustrating. And with utmost humility, it is very regrettable. Why am I saying all this? If you go back to Buhari administration, the former minister, one of the ministers, President Patani, if I'm not mistaken, was a known, fundamentalist. We know fundamentalist. Even as a lecturer, just go. You say no. And we equally have same here. They have infiltrated all the ranks and file of our day-to-day running of the Nigerian system. It is an organic.
I believe that when we establish contact with destiny, he's going to anchor. Well, let's get to hear from St. Moses. We'll dive into the gains. Come on. At least don't go hard gains. St. Moses, interference or the support of the U.S., do you think it will go a long way to rid Nigeria of this particular challenge?
I think the interference by the United States of America.
St. Moses, are you there?
He's speaking.
I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you right now. Continue, please.
I think the interference by the United States of America has some gain. First of all, let us be very clear. The interference was in collaboration with the Nigerian government, without which it would not have happened. And we thank the United States of America for taking those bold steps. Without those bold steps, the government may not have been able to take those decisions because they are very sensitive because of our peculiar nature, our religious sentiment, our ethnic sentiment would have affected the decisions taken by the government. But right now, now that the government has declared the bandits terrorists, now that the government has declared criminality of such nature terrorism, then the maximum force will be used on them. Then it's a good thing if it's sustained and if it's rapid. If it's done one isolated incident and we have to wait for a long time, these guys may metastasize These guys may go to other weak centers and spot, dark spot and wreak havoc and create more mayhem. And this may lead to wider scale conflict, and this may derail our economy. So I think if it's not well handled by the government, then there's a problem. I imagine that as the joint forces formed Sokoto, our Nigerian government would have used the opportunity to enter Sambisa. While they are coming out, to flush them, decimate them until they are so weak. Not negotiate with them. We don't negotiate with terrorists. We negotiate with nations. And that's the mistake of our approach, our strategy over the years. We've been negotiating with terrorists. We've been negotiating with kidnappers. We're negotiating with people who want to kill us, who are sworn to kill you. No, it doesn't work. You negotiate with America. You negotiate with Ghana. You negotiate with a nation to nation, not a nation to terrorists. Terrorists are to be killed. Simple. I think going forward, this may be the approach. And I foresee a brighter future, but I just hope that the government will deploy a strategy, remove men that they suspect are corrupted, and from the theater of power, theater of decision-making in the security, then we will have solutions. I have so much hope in this country. I have so much faith that this is the time to flush them out. Thank you.
St. Moses, we will take another break. When we return, we'll dive into the upstream, midstream, downstream sector. For the very first time in a long time, we will not encounter queues in a filling station in the U-Tide. Can one consider that as one of the major gains for the year 2025? We'll be right back after this break. We'll stay into, we'll not dive into what is happening in the upstream, midstream, downstream sector. Nigerians, they've been speaking about not seeing queues that used to be that signal, so to speak, towards the end of the year or during the U-Tide. You get to see queues incrementing fuel pump price. But this time around, do you feel that the situation has improved? They call him Mr. White right now. So, Derek, what can you say about this?
With regards to our upstream sector, which is the sector responsible for pumping the crude oil from underground, streaming it upward, that's why it's called upstream sector. We have seen a domestic focus with regards to the Dangote refinery. The Nigeria government, through the NNPC PLC, is giving Dangote up to 25% of our, well, not up to 25%, almost 400,000 barrels of crude oil daily to refine in its refinery, which is a laudable move by the federal government, because it now shows that the government understands that with local production comes more stability of our own currency. You know, I'm also glad that the government of the Federation waded into the, accusation of folks like Ahmed Farouk, and he was made to resign from his regulatory position, because we understand that for a nation to grow, a local regulatory authority must focus on homogeneity, must focus on local content. But he was more like an advocate for foreign imports, which is, not very patriotic. So then with regards to our midstream and downstream sector, which is also the process of refining and transportation and marketing, we also saw that the competition, between the imported petroleum products and the locally produced refined product was also came to play, in the sense that the Dangote refinery reduced the petroleum price, to the extent that an arm of a petrol station, I don't want to mention it because I know it costs a lot of money, to project such things, sells as low as 739 naira per liter. I have bought for that amount, and thereby forcing other independent marketers to also reduce their price. So the forces of demand and supply is coming to play. We are producing locally, and the price have dropped for the locally produced petroleum products, and therefore the imported product will either reduce their price or they will be fizzled out of the market. And what are the economic indices for such move? First of all, the nation have seen a gross domestic product increase of 3.9%, almost 4%. Our GDP have increased by almost 4%. Then our inflation that used to be like 30% have also reduced to around 14.45%, you know, which is close to 60% reduction in our inflation. You know, so it's laudable. Then Nigeria have also been removed from the grey list of the Financial Action Task Force, a global regulatory body that looks into the transparency of government with regards to finance and economics. So Nigeria have been removed from the grey list, indicating that there is more transparency in our economic system. But has this actually translated into HDI, improved HDI, that is Human Development Index of the local
we'll come to that.
Man
we'll come
in
to
the
that.
streets?
We'll come to that. We'll come to that, and then we'll, Derek, we'll come to that. Well, Barrister, you heard him. Is that right now, as it stands, that we're doing well in that sector, upstream, midstream, downstream sector. After all, Nigeria, for the very first time, is beginning to export petrol from our own local refinery, vis-a-vis the Dangote refinery.
Okay. Well, when I'm faced with questions like this, I laugh. First, it's not the first time Nigeria is not having queue during the Yuletide. And it's not also the first time Nigerians are exporting resources, petroleum resources outside Nigeria. These are
from a private refinery.
Hold on now. We are looking at it historically.
Okay.
You understand? So these are things that have happened when Nigeria was Nigeria. When our refineries were working, we do export. It was also the source of earnings for us, you know. But when things fell apart, our refineries could no more meet the needs of Nigerians, let alone sell out. We began to export to fill in the gaps until prices soared. Then government came in with a subsidy to mitigate the prices, because you were buying with dollars and selling in naira, and dollars were going over the roof. So that's how subsidy came about, to mitigate the prices. So in a nutshell, before now, or before Nigeria economic woes began in the late 90s to 2000, those stuff, then we used to not queue. You go to filling station, you buy your kerosene, you buy your fuel, you move out. You go to various, any time of the day.
So you're not saying that we are on the path of economic rejuvenation?
That was before now. So, but coming in of Dangote has helped to bring back that lost glory, even though our refineries of Nigeria refineries, none is working apart from Dangote. So if Dangote alone can do this, then it means we should also allow other refineries, like other modular refineries and others that are not as gigantic as that of Dangote, to operate, to make, let them have this leverage to come in, give them resources. When I mean resources, I mean them crude. Some of them we have here in Benin or here in Edo State. These are some of the challenges they have, so that they can be more into the market, which will help to bring down the price, and at the end of the day, make it more affordable, and we can also take out. You understand what I'm saying? But if we are just looking at it one way, well, it's fine for the now. But remember, when your whole nation is dependent on one person, the effect of monopoly. And don't also remember that for Dangote to have this edge, he fought a lot of war. Nupen came in, blazing and told him they will call for a strike. How he managed, they said no, they won't lift petrol from his refinery. He has to get trucks about 2,000.
But you've not answered the question yet.
The question is,
are we on the road path to economic rejuvenation?
For the now, it seems we are on the path.
Okay,
yes,
thank you. All right. Well, Elvis.
Listen, for the Dangote refinery, or let's look at the sectors you mentioned. I want to appreciate President Goodluck Jonathan for allowing Dangote refinery to come to light, so that we'll not be giving the glory to the Tinubu administration as though they performed the miracle. Now, this thing has been on since Jonathan administration. So I say I appreciate him for that, because he saw the need to let Dangote build a refinery. And he started. Now, the APC government disrupted that process. And then they are back to where we would have been long ago, as far back as 2015, 2016.
Disrupted or encouraged?
They disrupted the process. They disrupted the process.
Don't forget the Kabir Muhammadu Buhari. Anyway, please continue. Just like how they disrupted the process.
This is the point here. Jonathan had these things planned out. The man had a plan. And the plan was working. He talked about it. And then they came in and told us, look, I was a general. Even though we were general as far back as 1983. And that you're going to deal with corruption, insecurity and all that. That was on the basis that process was disrupted. And then, let's come back to where we are today. There's a lot of deception in this refining and the higher prices, the removal of subsidy, a lot of deception there. That if we want to talk about that, we may not live here today. But I will talk little about that, so I can understand what is happening. All right, subsidy has been removed, beautiful. All right, now, how, as the monies that are being used to service the subsidy, how have those monies been used now to better the lives of Nigeria? We'll get to that, because you don't want us to talk about that. I want to take it one after the other. You remove subsidy, and now you sit down with this refining petroleum, which is beautiful, but at whose expense is all the subsidy removal? What strategies were on ground before the removal? What did you do to cushion the effect of the removal? There was nothing, absolutely nothing. It was removed and it was gone, and we appreciate it. But do you know what is happening? So many people cannot afford to travel right now. I like the fact that he said that this is not the first time that we're seeing no queues at the fuel station. It happened during Jonathan. Queues were gone. Queues were completely gone. And then they came back under Buhari, and now they are going again. So it's a good thing. All right. Now, we are actually on that path that we were long time ago. So what we're seeing is not a miracle. It's something that was happening before. And I'm glad we are going back to it. So it's like taking us back to where we were some 10, 11 years ago. And I think we were on the right track then, and we are beginning to get on the right track now, as far as this fuel issue is concerned. So the removal of subsidy is beautiful, but it's at our expense. Vehicles are parked, vehicles are sold, least people traveling. Look at the Yuletide. You know how it used to be during the Christmas season. Do you see that happening right now? How many people were able to travel? Because the cost.
But the pump price of fuel, is it not cheaper now?
Cheaper at what?
Compared to the beginning of the year.
Yeah, but how much did it meet it?
How much did it meet?
How much did Tinubu meet the fuel?
Meet fuel.
All right. Okay, now before I go, we were told that when you remove subsidy,
calm down. Are we fighting? I don't understand. Are we fighting?
We were told in this same country at the time that when you remove subsidy, the price of fuel should not have exceeded 400 naira, and we got it at 1,000 plus.
All right.
And now we are coming back to where it ought to be.
All right, thank you. Let's you keep adding, hold on. No, it's like a chain reaction.
It's an addition.
Hold on. You wait for your time.
In 2012.
You wait for your time, barrister. You wait for your time. Let's get to the Destiny.
Protested against
bringing.
Let's get to hear from Destiny. And Destiny now. Over to you, the upstream sector, downstream sector, midstream sector. Are we doing well?
Mr. Wilson.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I think the speakers before me, they've laid the foundations. But I think we are not telling ourselves that's a fact. We must first of all identify Dangote as an individual, refinery. What is the monthly, needed allocation for crude? We should be able to identify that. Then we now say, okay, is Nigeria giving him the required needed allocation crude? You can't be living very close to the river bank and be washing your hand with spit. There's an error. Are you aware that as we speak, Dangote still import crude from the United States? And United States happens to be one of the biggest buyers of crude in Nigeria. My brother, who is following who? I don't know if you are getting my arithmetic, or I school in the village. What we know is arithmetic. Not you guys that school in the urban, mathematics, the algebra, and whatever. But the point is this. Good and fine. We must. I align totally with the later part of the discussion. That indeed, that Goodluck Ebele Jonathan set the tone to where we are today. But they came, they bamboozled us, they deceived us. When I say us, including my humble self, then I was a very active civil society participant. We occupied Nigeria as a result of subsidy removal. And some of us were being induced left, right, center with utmost humility. And we all fought. And that policy was dropped as a result of public outcry. Do you know that with that act, and now they are coming to implement what they fought against? My brother, they have taken us back, and they have taken Nigerians as a fool, and they are taking us for a ride. For me, I have my reservations. For me, I have not seen any progress, because there are many modular refineries.
Listen, you have to hold on. I want to take a break. We'll return from this break. Continue with your line of thought, okay? We want to go for a break. We'll be right back. Don't go away. Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is TMI. We're taking a look at some of the major events that shapes the year 2025. We talked about security situation. Right now, we're talking about the upstream, midstream, downstream sector. As it stands right now, no queues on site. And the price of pump price of petrol, rather, is declining. So we're taking a look at it. If Nigeria is on the pathway of economic recovery. Destiny, we were with you before we went on that break. So please,
Mr.
conclude
Wilson,
your thoughts.
Let us know the nitty-gritty relate to this down to the issue of refinery. Let's try to look at it this way. Dangote, from what I read some time ago, in terms of percentage, they've been able to source locally for crude. NNPC have been able to give them about 53%, if I'm not mistaken, of the crude needed for the refinery. And they are sourcing internationally about 47% internationally, when we are the ones producing the crude. And you know the sad thing, that this international sourcing, majorly they are sourcing it from the United States of America, who happens to be one of the biggest buyers in this country. Dangote, United States of America happens to be one of our biggest buyers, and Dangote is sourcing the 47% from the United States. I don't know. I can't wrap my head around to understand the arithmetics or the optics around this whole thing. If, for instance, Mr. Wilson, your kids at home, they are hungry, you are not doing Father Christmas, you are not giving food, or perhaps selling food to neighbors' children, and where your kids are hungry. I don't know how to situate that. I do not understand that. To be very sincere. I am not for Dangote. I am not for the Nigerian government. I'm for the Nigerian masses. Because, let's look at it this way. We have many modular refineries. Many. As we speak the very just now, we have about 2 in Edo State that are not without crude. Because they starve them of crude, they are unable to kickstart. So the issue is this, that we are buying for over 600, over 700, they will not be singing hallelujah. And who bewitched us? Who bewitched us? Today is Sunday. I think we should need to go for deliverance and see and cast out those that those that bewitched us. If it's the cause of the ancestor, we need to see the ancestor's face for forgiveness. Because we produce, and still, we are saying our Dangote, the biggest producer of our day-to-day running, is sourcing for local sourcing, international sourcing, up to about 47%. The sad thing, those that is meeting to source, they are getting it from us. Why can't we solve our arithmetic here internally?
Thank you.
100% of what.
Thank you so much. You've made a vital point, a very, very strong point. Well, let's get to hear from St. Moses Eremosela on, I was like, having this pathway, walking this path towards economic recovery, vis-a-vis the pump price is not reducing. Take it up from there.
Thank you, Wilson. It's a pity that, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello, Wilson.
We can hear you.
Hello, Mr. Wilson. Good.
Please continue.
Let me quickly, now I know I'm on the air, let me quickly disabuse the minds of Nigerians from the misinformation that may have gone ahead. I was very disappointed that the last 2 speakers were very political in their assessment of the situation on ground. Let us start with the facts versus the fiction. First, the first fact is that Nigeria had not, he said Nigeria, if we all agree that Nigeria has sustained refined products for the last 20 years. That other first speaker was right that this is not the first time, but in the last 20 years, precisely from 2004 till date, in 2024, Nigeria did not export a single crude of oil. But from 2004 to date, Nigeria has been exporting oil. And now, if you say you don't want to give the credit to the government in place because the policy started with Jonathan, and you, at the same time, the same person is giving the claim of insecurity to the president of today, which started from Jonathan, that's the height of hypocrisy. Number 2, the export between the 1990s and the early 2000s, the interregnum, between 1990 and 2000 was very brief and insignificant by the NNPC. Let us be very clear about that. Number 3, from the mid-2000s to the year 2024, for 24 years, Nigeria was fully 100% import dependent for PMS. We imported every single fuel we used for 24 years in the country until Tinubu came in 2024. That's a fact. Then number 4, what changed under Tinubu? Somebody may argue, what is it that Tinubu did differently? Yes, he did 2 major things. It was not accidental. No meaningful progress comes by accident. It is a clever economic calculation done by Tinubu. Listen to me, I have the floor. Excuse me. I have the floor. Listen to me. Destiny, I have the floor. Destiny, I have the floor. Listen to me, Destiny. I have the floor. Be mature enough to listen to me. I listen to you speak your nonsense.
Destiny, he has the floor. Destiny, please don't interfere. Don't interject. He has the floor right now. So please, Moses, continue.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, what changed under Tinubu? It is the scale and continuity. The scale with which we now export fuel, the fuel is now available, is sustainable. That's one that changed. And 2 things that he did. 1, he solved the foreign exchange issues and he removed subsidy. Without those two elements, no possibility. It's a mathematical certainty that we will never have been able to provide fuel or even make fuel for export. Dangote is a private individual. They are private investors who have built capacity. But Tinubu government allowed the policy to work. Bottom line, fuel exports have been restored after decades. It's a deliberate policy, and that cannot be wished away by accident. It is hypocritical to blame people for insecurity, which he inherited from the previous administration, but turn around to remove him from the glory for sustained fuel availability, affordability, and export, which is a deliberate policy enabled. States claim that Jonathan tried to subsidy and he protested. He went to protest. Jonathan backed up, but people, Nigerians protested his ground. That's his leadership. Thank you very much. Destiny can have its flow. I have spoken. Thank you.
Calm down. It's not between you and Destiny. But sorry for the interjection. Destiny, remember, when you had the floor, he allowed you to talk. He allowed you to speak. So please, whenever they are talking, do not interject. He made a point. You cannot ascribe failure and security to Mr. President. I don't want to ascribe the glory of success to this same administration. Derek, over to you.
No doubt. The fact speaks for itself. Yeah. Just like lawyers will say, res ipia loquito. So, whatever, I'm not a lawyer. So, having said that, you will see that several moves were made by Tinubu to entrench local content in terms of the midstream and downstream sector, in our nation. Last year, he tried to implement the 15% tariff on imported petroleum products. Yes. Just to give a sting to the local production. Is that not a beautiful move? It was the same Ahmed Farouk that stalled that process. This year again, he tried to also implement it. And some of the international actors were against it. And he also sheathed the sword with regards to that. This is a calculated move to ensuring that our local production thrives. And if you look at the countries that are doing well today, all over the world, judging from the 1930 till date, is it America where the New Deal was what was used to sustain their economy and thereby grow it? Is it what the Chinese government is doing, involving itself in every productive sector with a view to expanding the market share of the Chinese industrialists at the global scale? So government must be involved with the view to ensuring that local production thrives. So this is what the Tinubu government have been doing. It would have used negative policies against folks like Dangote so that local foreign import will continue to thrive. But it did not, even though it's not a direct actor in the Dangote refinery. So we must give it to him. Then some people are complaining about monopoly. You must survive first before you talk about monopoly. And he's not the only person that has been given a license to refine petroleum products. But he was able to accelerate the process of his industry with regards to refining petroleum products. So kudos to him. We must support him to the extent that the Nigeria currency is being stabilized, to the extent that it is affecting the Nigeria economy. But the trickling effect, to the grassroots is where the government need to focus on with regards to micro, petty, and small-scale businesses, so that they can receive grants for business growth. Yes, why not? All over the world, governments are doing it. Government, go and look at history. The small businesses must be encouraged to try. But if you allow me, I want to add this little.
Please do. We're pressed for time right now.
You will recall that Barrister some time ago was saying the previous administration of Obaseki, did a lot with regards to insecurity. But I beg to disagree with him, because it was during the Obaseki administration that we witnessed a lot of court killings, a lot of armed robbery, and even this kidnapping thrived big time.
Gentlemen.
And
Gentlemen.
currently, issue of court killing have been abated. You will agree with me. And there are a lot of moves being made by the current administration to ensuring that life and property is being secure. There's nightlife now, because I can go out at night now.
Thank you.
To enjoy myself.
Thank
but
you.
in the past, we couldn't do that.
Thank you. You know what, today, I know you have so much to say because we're pressed for time. We dwelled more on the federal. Past venture, perhaps next week, we'll dive into the state, all right? Because of pressure time, we have to stop. So please, Destiny, stop hacking in Mosele's speech pattern. I know that this will have erupted, or let's say bring forth another round of argument, but I have to put my foot down. So this is where we come to the end of today's edition.
Sadly,
Look at time.
Mr. Wilson.
Time.
This is
Okay, just
at least
1 minute. Please, okay, 1 minute.
1 minute.
Just 1 minute. Go ahead.
You see, when people talk, I try to...
1 minute, use it judiciously.
Hold on now, you are interjecting.
1 minute.
Please, Obaseki did well and excellently well in respect of security, economy, and development and infrastructure in Edo State. I stand here to say anytime, any day.
All right.
And one of the things he did in security, he brought in command and control center. Where is that command and control center? Somebody that brought overseas drones.
Was it functional?
Stop interjecting. Stop interjecting.
To put CCTV in Ring Road.
Can I have my 1 minute now?
Please, okay, your 1 minute now.
Barrister, let me have my 1 minute.
Please, I've not exhausted mine now.
Okay, I thought you had.
I have not. So the command and control center named after Solomon Arase, one-time IG of Edo State, and with over six drones with night vision being used.
No, it's not true.
All right, 1 minute of time is up, please. 1 minute starts now.
1 minute is very simple.
Yes.
Erosele compared APC government with APC government. He was comparing Tinubu's government with Buhari's government, which is commendable. All right. No, now the point is that how many people were kidnapped under Jonathan? How many communities were wiped out under Jonathan? So these are the questions he has refused. So if you are now saying that I was exonerating Jonathan, the point is very simple. The insecurity we had at time was Boko Haram, and it was basically in the northeast. What part of the country is not experiencing insecurity today?
1 minute up.
So those are the issues that he has refused to answer.
For fairness sake,
like in Edo State, we have
for fairness sake, Destiny, you have 1 minute.
This man not agree.
Hold on. Destiny, you have 1 minute, please. It's on. 1 minute.
Mr. Wilson, let me quickly say this. You see, let's ask, we were reading from the textbook, unlike Moses. What we have said, what we put forward, which it was very simple. Who introduced terrorists or banditry into our political lexicon? Is it not APC? If in the number 2 man, the vice president, the then notorious, was found in his guest house. And as we speak,
allegations. These are spurious allegations. You just don't have proof of it.
No, go.
Please.
Your lawsuit.
Please. I want to be sued.
Or sponsoring terrorists.
Of course.
Or sponsoring terrorists to coerce the electorate to vote for his party APC.
All right, your 1 minute is up. I'm not going to tolerate spurious allegations occasioned by emotion. So, Moses, you have your 1 minute. Are you there, Moses?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
1 minute.
Good. We want to thank our government for continuing. It has been long coming. It's been for a while, but thank God they are moving up. And when you wake up, that's your gateway. For those who said about the XYZ, yes, I think that the government, every government makes successful. But the one that said there's no command and control center is just dreaming, because there is a very active command and control center in the government house. Thank you, government house.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. I know we want to go on and on, but we were pressed for time. Next week, God willing, we'll come into Edo State. Yes, but we're going to take stock of 2025 and 2026. Let's see this year, how has Edo State fared? We just couldn't do it today. Focus more on federal. But for next week, God keeping us alive, we'll delve into Edo State. Happy New Year in advance. See you guys around next year. God willing, bye for now.
Cannot keep quiet any longer.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Hello there, thank you for joining us on this special interview series on independent television. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. Our guest today on the program is the Ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria and ECOWAS. As a matter of fact, the Ambassador of the European Delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, His Excellency Ambassador Gauthier Mignon. Thank you for obliging us your time.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation, sir.
Okay, how would you describe your presence in Benin so far. Is this your first time in Benin City?
Actually, it's my second time, but I came in a private visit the first time because I hadn't presented my credentials yet to Mr. President, so I could not engage officially by the time. So this time it's the first official visit. And I came really with an intention to see how, to review the cooperation we are having with Edo State and to try to see how we can scale it up. But I took the opportunity to visit yesterday to participate to a private preview of the Museum of West African Arts here in Edo State, which is a project that I already saw last year when I came first to Benin City.
Also, so how would you describe the level of partnership between the European Union and, of course, Nigeria, and particularly Edo State?
Well, with Nigeria, the European Union, together with its member states and its development banks, what we call Team Europe, I think is the first partner, is Nigeria's first partner in many, many areas, in trade and investment in particular, and also in cooperation in many areas. And we have 730 million euros in grants for bilateral cooperation with Nigeria between 2041 and 2027, plus also sizable amounts of loans, subsidized loans. And with Edo State, we've had good cooperation in several areas. I'm thinking in particular of support to migration governance and support to stranded migrants returning to Nigeria, and many of them are from Edo State. And in the last few years, we supported more than 23,000 people to come back and reintegrate into their communities nationally, and many of them in Edo State, just to name an example. So voilà, we think we can do more in other areas. We're also working in digital economy, in renewable energy, and also in projects for communities. But I always come with states so important like Edo State with an idea of how to try to improve and strengthen what we are doing already.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience. And this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, particularly through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience. And this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, in particular through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program in particular.
Fantastic. If you just join us, we have with us the ambassador of the European Commission delegation to Nigeria and Africa, who is in Edo State currently on private visit, engaging him on a wide range of issues, looking at the partnership between the Commission and Nigeria, and particularly the State. Ambassador Mignot, let me quickly take you on a trending issue in Nigeria right now, which has to do with violence, extremism, and the talk around genocide against Christians is gaining momentum across the world, particularly in the US and several other places. What's the Commission's perspectives on this issue, and what is the intention in terms of helping Nigeria to deal with banditry, Boko Haram, and all other, extremism that we're seeing playing up in the country right now?
I think it's important not to exaggerate or oversimplify situations which are very complex in Nigeria in terms of violence and insecurity. Of course, it's a big concern for everybody, including for us. We are very much committed with freedom of religion and belief in particular, and of course, any attack against communities or individuals because of their religion must be condemned, unacceptable. But at the same time, we stand in solidarity with Nigeria, with the victims of the attacks, of course, and with the overwhelming majority of Nigerians who are willing to coexist peacefully beyond ethnic or religious differences. And so we stand in solidarity with Nigeria to fight the many drivers of violence and insecurity. And religion is only one of them. And we've been supporting Nigeria for many years through many projects of peace building, of de-radicalization, demobilization of former members of non-state armed groups, for instance. And we are ready to do more. The European Union some 12 years ago received the Nobel Prize for Peace. And so we always feel the necessity to be up to this great distinction that we received, to work on peace building, to work also and strengthen our relationship on security and defense with Nigeria, but in a spirit of partnership and of respect for Nigeria's sovereignty.
Fantastic. You're here specifically because of the Museum of West African Arts, MOA, which of course was launched just a few days ago. But what's your take on the current issues surrounding the Museum of West African Arts, particularly against the background of some of the things that happened there, during the inauguration of the center? You were there.
I was there. It was not an inauguration of the museum, actually. Okay. It was just a private preview, because the organizer, I think very wisely, decided, as there were some criticisms, to postpone the formal inauguration of the museum. They announced this already a few days ago. And so yesterday was just a private preview for partners, friends, diplomats like myself and other European ambassadors. The EU has no direct involvement in this project. We are not funding this project. We might do it in the future because we want to partner more with museums and cultural institutions in West Africa and Nigeria, but we have no direct involvement so far. So I came here really to see the advancement of this very wonderful project I discovered last year when I came first, which is a great opportunity for Edo State, for Nigeria, and for West Africa. It's a West African museum. It's not about only Benin or Edo State or Nigeria, even. It's West African. And I must say that the experience that we had yesterday was quite unpleasant and deplorable, because this private event on a private property was disrupted by so-called protesters who came in, allowed by the police, because there was security all around, but they left them in. And they disrupted the whole event. So it's exactly how you scale off. You scale off investors and development partners coming in good faith, to partner with your community. And Germany, for instance, has invested 8.5 million euros in this project. If now they see that this project cannot operate normally, the conclusions will be quite clear, not only for Germany but for all European stakeholders.
Fantastic. Let's look at a general issue that relates to the involvement of the Western world in Africa in terms of development, in terms of partnership in terms of insecurity. Talking about partnership, we're seeing, the European Union, for example, always disposed to giving loans to African countries, Nigeria inclusive. The perspective of these loans being a trap for developing countries, underdeveloped countries. What are your thoughts? What's the Commission perspectives on this?
Well, this is a trap where we felt collectively, the lenders and our African partners 30 years ago, and we had at the time to pardon part of this debt, to do a whole work to get out of this situation. So now, through, in particular, our new cooperation strategy, which is called the Global Gateway Strategy, we are very attentive not to fall again into this trap. So we limit the level of indebtedness of partner countries. We give subsidized loans. We don't want to fall again into this trap. And what we are seeing with concern is that African countries, some of them, are falling again into this situation with other lenders, not the European Union, because we've learned from our first experience. So this is why now we work very much with financial instruments, blending loans with grants, for instance, subsidized loans which create revenues for the country, so making sure that they can be reimbursed. So it's really a point we are very attentive to.
On a global scale, we've seen the disappearance of peace, so to speak, at the global level. I mean, the Hamas-Israeli crisis there's a ceasefire, there's some sort of agreement, but we're still seeing some measure of violence. We saw recently the RSF activities in Sudan, particularly in Al-Fasher. That crisis is still going on. And these activities or events that are unfolding globally that undermines peace globally, what's your perspective of the fact that it's like the world is hamstrung in terms of dealing with these issues, nipping them at the bud before it blossoms, it flourishes, snowballs into huge crisis like you're seeing now in Sudan. Hunger is there in Hamas. There's starvation, there's poverty, and all of these issues happening. Why is it so difficult for the world leaders to have a consensus in terms of how they can collectively respond to these issues?
Because we have collective rules in the United Nations Charter, international law. And what we have seen over the last 10 years or so is that very important players have not respected these rules. Take the case of Russia in particular.
Yeah, Russia and Ukraine.
The Russian invasion to Ukraine, which started in fact in 2014, then it became full scale in 2022. Then we, each from a permanent member of the Security Council, a country which is supposed to be a guarantor of these rules, then it shows that everybody can do anything and violates international law without punishment. And so this is why it's so important, and this is why the European Union insisted so much that all countries in the world had to condemn the Russian invasion to Ukraine. And most countries, including Nigeria, have done that. But others, including large democracies, have not done so.
When you say large democracy, are you talking about the US?
The US has done so, but others have not. And then, other crises also popped up. And then when the law starts to be broken here and there, it just becomes contagious.
Ambassador Gottner-Mignot, thank you so much for your time. Truly appreciate this conversation.
Pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I've been talking with Ambassador Mignot, who is the head of the European delegation to Nigeria and Africa, is currently in Edo State on a visit, and we've been engaging him on a wide range of issues. Thank you for staying with us, and have a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ojúde aṣáájú ẹ̀ ọbẹ̀ ọ̀dọ́pẹ́. Ayaba aṣáájú ẹ̀ ọbẹ̀ ọ̀dọ́pẹ́. Àlàyé aṣáájú ẹ̀ ọbẹ̀ ọ̀dọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀dúwà.
Hello there, thank you for joining us on this special interview series on independent television. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. Our guest today on the program is the Ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria and ECOWAS. As a matter of fact, the Ambassador of the European Delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, His Excellency Ambassador Gauthier Mignon. Thank you for obliging us your time.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation, sir.
Okay, how would you describe your presence in Benin so far? Is this your first time in Benin City?
Actually, it's my second time, but I came in a private visit the first time because I hadn't presented my credentials yet to Mr. President, so I could not engage officially by the time. So this time it's the first official visit. And I came really with an intention to see how, to review the cooperation we are having with Edo State and to try to see how we can scale it up. But I took the opportunity to visit yesterday to participate to a private preview of the Museum of West African Arts here in Edo State, which is a project that I already saw last year when I came first to Benin City.
Also, so how would you describe the level of partnership between the European Union and, of course, Nigeria, and particularly Edo State?
Well, with Nigeria, the European Union, together with its member states and its development banks, which we call Team Europe, I think is the first partner, is Nigeria's first partner in many areas, in trade and investment in particular, and also in cooperation in many areas. And we have 730 million euros in grants for bilateral cooperation with Nigeria between 2041 and 2027, plus also sizable amounts of loans, subsidized loans. And with Edo State, we've had good cooperation in several areas. I'm thinking in particular of support to migration governance and support to stranded migrants returning to Nigeria, and many of them are from Edo State. And in the last few years, we supported more than 23,000 people to come back and reintegrate into their communities nationally, and many of them in Edo State, just to name an example. So, voilà, we think we can do more in other areas. We're also working in digital economy, in renewable energy, and also in projects for communities. But I always come with states so important like Edo State with an idea of how to try to improve and strengthen what we are doing already.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience. And this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, particularly through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience, and this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, in particular through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program in particular.
Fantastic. If you just join us, we have with us the ambassador of the European Commission delegation to Nigeria and Africa, who is in Edo State currently on a private visit, engaging him on a wide range of issues, looking at the partnership between the Commission and Nigeria, and particularly Edo State. Ambassador Migno, let me quickly take you on a trending issue in Nigeria right now, which has to do with violence, extremism, and the talk around genocide against Christians is gaining momentum across the world, particularly in the US and several other places. What's the Commission's perspectives on this issue, and what is the intention in terms of helping Nigeria to deal with banditry, Boko Haram, and all other extremism that we're seeing playing up in the country right now?
I think it's important not to exaggerate or oversimplify situations which are very complex in Nigeria in terms of violence and insecurity. Of course, it's a big concern for everybody, including for us. We are very much committed with freedom of religion and belief in particular, and of course, any attack against communities or individuals because of their religion must be condemned, unacceptable. But at the same time, we stand in solidarity with Nigeria, with the victims of the attacks, of course, and with the overwhelming majority of Nigerians who are willing to coexist peacefully beyond ethnic or religious differences. And so we stand in solidarity with Nigeria to fight the many drivers of violence and insecurity. And religion is only one of them. And we've been supporting Nigeria for many years through many projects of peace building, of de-radicalization, demobilization of former members of non-state armed groups, for instance. And we are ready to do more. The European Union some 12 years ago received the Nobel Prize for Peace. And so we always feel the necessity to be up to this great distinction that we received, to work on peace building, to work also and strengthen our relationship on security and defense with Nigeria, but in a spirit of partnership and of respect for Nigeria's sovereignty.
Fantastic. You're here specifically because of the Museum of West African Arts, MOA, which of course was launched just a few days ago. But what's your take on the current issues surrounding the Museum of West African Arts, particularly against the background of some of the things that happened there, during the inauguration of the center? You were there.
I was there. It was not an inauguration of the museum, actually. Okay. It was just a private preview, because the organizer, I think, very wisely decided, as there were some criticisms, to postpone the formal inauguration of the museum. They announced this already a few days ago. And so yesterday was just a private preview for partners, friends, diplomats like myself and other European ambassadors. The EU has no direct involvement in this project. We are not funding this project. We might do it in the future because we want to partner more with museums and cultural institutions in West Africa and Nigeria, but we have no direct involvement so far. So I came here really to see the advancement of this very wonderful project I discovered last year when I came first, which is a great opportunity for Edo State, for Nigeria, and for West Africa. It's a West African museum. It's not about only Benin or Edo State or Nigeria even. It's West African. And I must say that the experience that we had yesterday was quite unpleasant and deplorable, because this private event on a private property was disrupted by so-called protesters who came in, allowed by the police, because there was security all around, but they left them in. And they disrupted the whole event. So it's exactly how you scale off. You scale off investors and development partners coming in good faith, to partner with your community. And Germany, for instance, has invested 8.5 million euros in this project. If now they see that this project cannot operate normally, I mean, the conclusions will be quite clear, not only for Germany, but for all European stakeholders.
Fantastic. Let's look at a general issue that relates to the involvement of the Western world in Africa in terms of development, in terms of partnership, in terms of insecurity. Talking about partnership, we're seeing, the European Union, for example, always disposed to giving loans to African countries, Nigeria inclusive. The perspective of these loans being a trap for developing countries, underdeveloped countries. What are your thoughts? What's the Commission perspectives on this?
Well, this is a trap where we felt collectively, the lenders and our African partners 30 years ago, and we had at the time to pardon part of this debt, to do a whole work to get out of this situation. So now, through, in particular, our new cooperation strategy, which is called the Global Gateway Strategy, we are very attentive not to fall again into this trap. So we limit the level of indebtedness of partner countries. We give subsidized loans. We don't want to fall again into this trap. And what we are seeing with concern is that African countries, some of them, are falling again into this situation with other lenders, not the European Union, because we've learned from our first experience. So this is why now we work very much with financial instruments, blending loans with grants, for instance, subsidized loans which create revenues for the country, so making sure that they can be reimbursed. So it's really a point we are very attentive to.
On a global scale, we've seen the disappearance of peace, so to speak, at the global level. I mean, the Hamas-Israeli crisis there's a ceasefire, there's some sort of agreement, but we're still seeing some measure of violence. We saw recently the RSF activities in Sudan, particularly in Al-Fasher. That crisis is still going on. And these activities or events that are unfolding globally that undermines peace globally, what's your perspective of the fact that it's like the world is hamstrung in terms of dealing with these issues, nipping them at the bud before it blossoms, it flourishes, snowballs into a huge crisis like you're seeing now in Sudan? Hunger is there in Hamas, there's starvation, there's poverty, and all of these issues happening. Why is it so difficult for the world leaders to have a consensus in terms of how they can collectively respond to these issues?
Because we have collective rules in the United Nations Charter, international law. And what we have seen over the last 10 years or so is that very important players have not respected these rules. Take the case of Russia in particular.
Yeah, Russia and Ukraine.
The Russian invasion to Ukraine,
yeah,
which started in fact in 2014, then it became full scale in 2022. Then we, each from a permanent member of the Security Council, a country which is supposed to be a guarantor of these rules, then it shows that everybody can do anything and violates international law without punishment. And so this is why it's so important, and that is why the European Union insisted so much that all countries in the world had to condemn the Russian invasion to Ukraine. And most countries, including Nigeria, have done that. But others, including large democracies, have not done so.
When you say large democracy, are you talking about the US?
The US has done so, but others have not.
Okay.
And then, other crises also popped up. And then when the law starts to be broken here and there, it just becomes contagious.
Ambassador Gottner Mignaud, thank you so much for your time. Truly appreciate this conversation.
Pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I've been talking with Ambassador Mignaud, who is the head of the European delegation to Nigeria and Africa, is currently in Edo State on a visit, and we've been engaging him on a wide range of issues. Thank you for staying with us and have a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima dio Bona zima dio Obala zima dio Malawe Mari Esama dio na Nimado pon Esama Nimado gbeken Esama e ma dio wa na Esama magbekenene osabo obuyo bitone aba no get on maga no dia mi maga manido gbekene ne na ima yafe ima ato ima agbo oropa egugu dori ima adi awore ne o be ti agbo ya no we mi maga me we need just to know me afa
in Esama in our father's house in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level as tradition demands. We are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, to also for him to also pray for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Edion way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosagari Benedion, his brothers Bright Ayamakwe Benedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Benedion, Peter Osawori Benedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Benedion, Barrister Mike Osane Benedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Gbedio Wonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Benedion, Ukbonwa Benedion, Osawe Benedion, Edosa Benedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Benedion, as well as Agbong Steve Benedion, among other sons of Okada.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Hello there, thank you for joining us on this special interview series on independent television. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. Our guest today on the program is the Ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria and ECOWAS. As a matter of fact, the Ambassador of the European Delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, His Excellency Ambassador Gauthier Mignon. Thank you for obliging us your time.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation, sir.
Okay, how would you describe your presence in Benin so far? Is this your first time in Benin City?
Actually, it's my second time, but I came in a private visit the first time because I hadn't presented my credentials yet to Mr. President, so I could not engage officially by the time. So this time it's the first official visit. And I came really with an intention to see how, to review the cooperation we are having with Edo State and to try to see how we can scale it up. But I took the opportunity to visit yesterday to participate to a private preview of the Museum of West African Arts here in Edo State, which is a project I already saw last year when I came first to Benin City.
Also, so how would you describe the level of partnership between the European Union and, of course, Nigeria, and particularly Edo State?
Well, with Nigeria, the European Union, together with its member states and its development banks, which we call Team Europe, I think is the first partner, is Nigeria's first partner in many areas, in trade and investment in particular, and also in cooperation in many areas. And we have 730 million euros in grants for bilateral cooperation with Nigeria between 2041 and 2027, plus also sizable amounts of loans, subsidized loans. And with Edo State, we've had good cooperation in several areas. I'm thinking in particular of support to migration governance and support to stranded migrants returning to Nigeria, and many of them are from Edo State. And in the last few years, we supported more than 23,000 people to come back and reintegrate into their communities nationally, and many of them in Edo State, just to name an example. So voilà, we think we can do more in other areas. We're also working in digital economy, in renewable energy, and also in projects for communities. But I always come with states so important like Edo State with an idea of how to try to improve and strengthen what we are doing already.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience, and this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, particularly through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience, and this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, in particular through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program in particular.
Fantastic. If you just join us, we have with us the ambassador of the European Commission delegation to Nigeria and Africa, who is in Edo State currently on a private visit, engaging him on a wide range of issues, looking at the partnership between the Commission and Nigeria, and particularly Edo State. Ambassador Migno, let me quickly take you on a trending issue in Nigeria right now, which has to do with violence, extremism, and the talk around genocide against Christians is gaining momentum across the world, particularly in the US and several other places. What's the Commission's perspectives on this issue, and what is the intention in terms of helping Nigeria to deal with banditry, Boko Haram, and all other, extremism that we're seeing playing up in the country right now?
I think it's important not to exaggerate or oversimplify situations which are very complex in Nigeria in terms of violence and insecurity. Of course, it's a big concern for everybody, including for us. We are very much committed with freedom of religion and belief in particular, and of course, any attack against communities or individuals because of their religion must be condemned, unacceptable. But at the same time, we stand in solidarity with Nigeria, with the victims of the attacks, of course, and with the overwhelming majority of Nigerians who are willing to coexist peacefully beyond ethnic or religious differences. And so we stand in solidarity with Nigeria to fight the many drivers of violence and insecurity, and religion is only one of them. And we've been supporting Nigeria for many years through many projects of peace building, of de-radicalization, demobilization of former members of non-state armed groups, for instance. And we are ready to do more. The European Union some 12 years ago received the Nobel Prize for Peace. And so we always feel the necessity to be up to this great distinction that we received, to work on peace building, to work also and strengthen our relationship on security and defense with Nigeria, but in a spirit of partnership and of respect for Nigeria's sovereignty.
Fantastic. You're here specifically because of the Museum of West African Arts, MOA, which of course was launched just a few days ago. But what's your take on the current issues surrounding the Museum of West African Arts, particularly against the background of some of the things that happened there, during the inauguration of the center? You were there.
I was there. It was not an inauguration of the museum, actually. Okay. It was just a private preview, because the organizer, I think, very wisely decided, as there were some criticisms, to postpone the formal inauguration of the museum. They announced this already a few days ago. And so yesterday was just a private preview for partners, friends, diplomats like myself and other European ambassadors. The EU has no direct involvement in this project. We are not funding this project. We might do it in the future because we want to partner more with museums and cultural institutions in West Africa and Nigeria, but we have no direct involvement so far. So I came here really to see the advancement of this very wonderful project I discovered last year when I came first, which is a great opportunity for Edo State, for Nigeria, and for West Africa. It's a West African museum. It's not about only Benin or Edo State or Nigeria, even. It's West African. And I must say that the experience that we had yesterday was quite unpleasant and deplorable, because this private event on a private property was disrupted by so-called protesters who came in, allowed by the police, because there was security all around, but they left them in. And they disrupted the whole event. So it's exactly how you scale off. You scale off investors and development partners coming in good faith, to partner with your community. And Germany, for instance, has invested 8.5 million euros in this project. If now they see that this project cannot operate normally, the conclusions will be quite clear, not only for Germany but for all European stakeholders.
Fantastic. Let's look at a general issue that relates to the involvement of the Western world in Africa in terms of development, in terms of partnership, in terms of insecurity. Talking about partnership, we're seeing the European Union, for example, always disposed to giving loans to African countries, Nigeria inclusive. The perspective of these loans being a trap for developing countries, underdeveloped countries. What are your thoughts? What's the Commission perspectives on this?
Well, this is a trap where we felt collectively, the lenders and our African partners 30 years ago, and we had at the time to pardon part of this debt, to do a whole work to get out of this situation. So now, through, in particular, our new cooperation strategy, which is called the Global Gateway Strategy, we are very attentive not to fall again into this trap. So we limit the level of indebtedness of partner countries. We give subsidized loans. We don't want to fall again into this trap. And what we are seeing with concern is that African countries, some of them, are falling again into this situation with other lenders, not the European Union, because we've learned from our first experience. So this is why now we work very much with financial instruments, blending loans with grants, for instance, subsidized loans which create revenues for the country, so making sure that they can be reimbursed. So it's really a point we are very attentive to.
On a global scale, we've seen the disappearance of peace, so to speak, at the global level. I mean, the Hamas-Israeli crisis there's a ceasefire, there's some sort of agreement, but we're still seeing some measure of violence. We saw recently the RSF activities in Sudan, particularly in Al-Fasher. That crisis is still going on. And these activities or events that are unfolding globally that undermines peace globally, what's your perspective of the fact that it's like the world is hamstrung in terms of dealing with these issues, nipping them at the bud before it blossoms, it flourishes, snowballs into huge crisis like you're seeing now in Sudan? Hunger is there in Hamas, there's starvation, there's poverty, and all of these issues happening. Why is it so difficult for the world leaders to have a consensus in terms of how they can collectively respond to these issues?
Because we have collective rules in the United Nations Charter, international law. And what we have seen over the last 10 years or so is that very important players have not respected these rules. You know? Take the case of Russia in particular.
Yeah, Russia and Ukraine.
The Russian invasion to Ukraine,
yeah,
which started in fact in 2014, then it became full scale in 2022. Then we, you know, each from a permanent member of the Security Council, a country which is supposed to be a guarantor of these rules, then, you know, it shows that everybody can do anything and violates international law without punishment. And so this is why it's so important, and this is why the European Union insisted so much that all countries in the world had to condemn the Russian invasion to Ukraine. And most countries, including Nigeria, have done that. But others, including large democracies, have not done so.
When you say large democracy, are you talking about the US?
The US has done so, but others have not. Okay. And then, you know, other crises also popped up. And then when the law starts to be broken here and there, it just becomes contagious.
Ambassador Gotna Migno, thank you so much for your time. Truly appreciate this conversation.
Pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I've been talking with Ambassador Mignot, who is the head of the European delegation to Nigeria and Africa, is currently in Edo State on a visit, and we've been engaging him on a wide range of issues. Thank you for staying with us, and have a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
The Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
TV, certainly the best.
Oya bota now. Ugi bota we se ni wa. Ka bo pon wa ya fe ni dahima. We ugi ori bota na. Ore yi ma so yen. We eme so ni mata. O ka bo do fi o 7 se. Ma we apon o sa lo bo aye dagbema. Edi ma we ni hunu wa ni wa. We ewen mata awe mwese katikati no dekan imuno 12 sabo amolo ari ma ya fe bota de na ni wa o dekan ugie na ya do pona katikati no ka bo wa kan gwa ma ate eyupo ro edo ya fe no bado no gwo egwayo ori ma ro tenege pastor Calvary hunamure
iye do no woman wa bidata wa be ne ge kai ofun igbo sa oba gwo yaro oba atokpe
ise me sa obo se je no yero no ri edo ba yo ka edo ya fe we ge tu wa ya o ọba atọpẹ ise eni ma agwa ka ni wa ore ugie owupo na be na ya do e nda ewa ma oladiane okeke na wita ni wa meke na we na ya mu gbe igwe eino wo igwe wedo wa igwe ha igwe oke ya ege nedo ya wepo saludazi ya wepo wenika ya wepo ba ya no ya fe ya pon me emi ya fe do wi morio ya soto emi ya fe naru we ware ukiwe ba na yin ma mu poyi uwe so ogogo no kwa eno na ya gwaka igwewo oke ehun dawe erina inyo salobo aye igwe aya roe igwe ya temata igwe aya ninye ma enika unda unyawe we pome eno ono igwe agbela dan zere bena ni rie mena eri ma mo bo le retai ipedi we na wo onara ogiroba uwegwa anya na doe awe kame eya wa ariba omonoba wa nyogini so kwa ma ya fe ma ne kame ke ma ya fe tawe gwe due ugini eyo no na ipede kesugiwo edeke no yiro pare owederio ipede nero ugie otue igwoba otu igwoba na ni wan abe omo we ladia awe ka ya fe awe ya tue aya pon enika otu igwoba oisun we oge ha ipede haro ugie yiro pare owederio ipede baro ugie igwoba uga anya na doe ipede ne oparo ugie wo iro pa iro dejo ipede ugie mobo awe ka me ya fe ya imugbedejo na de agwo mo no ba do ugie e de do bo water e ave ibyo ba ya fe ya gwo ate na ya fe la jan ni wa o te me
dom
ye we onwo sa no bo ugie ori mi pona wo ya ka do e aguyota ni no we wa ya do e
dom sa
epon no ho a no emi po ogbana
edono pe wa be ne ge kai emi gwe ke ugie na do pupo a rie orie mama ni bun no ami o ma ko wa ne me mama no kan amukporie ukporie nu kpogere edo me be ni awo gian ọmọ no ba na do ko apolopolo yo ere do ya na mi ewu yo ka sun o ebe nu ya nana ba be ne gwa ya mama eri o be ro na igwedo ya eri o be re na ebu kebo wa mi ba na ebu soro te do na de ne do ya gwe ya gwe ya bi me de ni ya wa be wo gian ozi ana mi we ede ipede vanya nyaogie obena gbe ye beni we igwedo ya fe eni so pa ugie na eri so si mo gian eri owe mo gian ge monle owu fom gbona so pa no so pa ge edo egene do ya ugie va oro we derio egena yak momi ige ohun sukpo na ya gogo ni gbo e gogo no ege run no ara pon me awur gbebe lerun we osanowo duwa no so wa sede na no la ipe de no ike pupo na aberi eyo bo no wa nwuni na efu eri awur gbebe na we no kan me upo be na ka be la so o form upo na be na ugugie no we ne do ya wogin adiki e mama no ro no kane na do pon wa we ni bo wulo ni bo re wisi ni egbe so biele ni bo abe biele udo gba ori eke yara me no ro no tori enwo urege odekun nu gbeje ohun kenu ya omie no salongo dua ona gba ori we o mana o sun pa be mana wa yo ni ukmo mo salongo dua we mero be de na unda mama na ya puedo rade omo no ba ko apolopolo no no ya sun mama na ko we o ke na ri ege yo to pupo ari na ya lerun na ya pon me ne do tie igwe emi bun ne do ya we mama na o ge ukpo ki aso to na be ni kataba be ne do be ma eri mo le mama eri owi yayi mama da do deno ami porie no tukotu ne ebokebo ne iyayi ki yayi na ne ugie no kan mi pon me be no kan mi ru eri o ge doje no kan mi gwe oba atope ise wese eni wa be no ya ka ege e pastor obi edo mama wu amupo yoto no dokpa owe zebino time ma da de wo ya fere wo tagun ya fere iya mo egbe nu we ta we ni ya festival ni emi na ge utagun ya fere ka na bo ukiwe va wo po aya mo yoto wo za na ro yi we unhu so zebino time ma ukiwe va ni awe ya mama unda edome uwu kan no ladin èmi ya fẹ́ na ri epon no saloboa wa ya ri epon no saloboa be ni ka o he bosa wa adako de kwere alule kia bosa ya defie gota ya defie o we a be wo wa we u ge gbe we ri u ge we to bu we no da o mi na o ria ohun mi ofewo we to bu we ohun mi ofewo usalogba USA omo negbe matera na mo ajo fitoro eyaro
tó fi o nana ku salubwa eso bero ewae na ena ugbo na gbe bo se ti gbowo ya bo so ma se ti gbowo e emi awon si era ade no iki won ye wesupo ya ye ni wa ami yo pa o tagbon ya na mama o ni mo pa lare supa o me dado re wo ge be matabana be ni dade no mo no ba yan na agwe abe kabe abe eba eri obe no ise lo gbe o gbe mawe diaro ise lo gbe ewo o gbe mawe diaro ise lo gbe ewo o gbe mawe diaro ise lo gbe ewo se no gbe ewo se no gbe ewo se no gbe ma diaro pona di mawe diaro eri o ga ye nu wa ya fe idami mana ima mi hu ta mana ta na nia mi ga ya mo gbe wo no ma te mo gbe we bi aye mi po wi bo sun wi imi e na imi da ni o sa lo bo mama eni ka o mama o ta gbon ya mama we gere na aru ipo awe niru nu won ma so we no ma ka bie yi udo bie dukiru na bie yi upo na no ohowo no ga July ohowo no ga March ohowo no ga January upo na e no umi omo bie uri omo we we mi ala oda we to buwe we mi ala oda de we be oye ugbebe uri umi unlajan wo wa ni eze boyo wa ka bo pass esese se ogogo no oye upo na edan ni ru iwa lada o sense ima fe mala odeke ya fe aro wupo bo ko dan ni we mi ni we na se tin mu ladia de no mana we de fiofo no bi ara rupo na wa gba ni o ge wo lo anu o ezo na yero da ya neru nupo na upo de ma so po na upo de ma ya se o no gbo na ni wa Ọlọ́run ani ma mi upo no ya fo na ma ye mi upo no de ayi no salobwa ayi mi nika de na mi upo yi o te me pa so ihonu nu yo we bible gege
ebun na mi upo eten wa mi we ipon me na bi gwe na do de ba upo akin asupo agba ori eke na ya he we igbina woko yo logo wa ya nuwe lagbera be dan we na se ti mu so udori ekmo me no sa uri ekmo me ne gbo enuri onwe we no nya ma ekmo mo uwe ekmo mo sa lo gba ju nwe we edan uje o so wa e na we mie e ma no si awe de yo to ran wa wu enyen we on e no sunu e bo we no sunu we na mo ga e bo e no ke na pon sa ba no ben we ta iban no ga re bi no wan Adam kekebe Eve odowa me ya Eva sa ba ya smagmo iya ke obi o me Eva na ga te Cain kekebe Abel ukpogiri o to be na do na di emire to ya mo me be ya mo me wi awe baba we se wu me ye se pona okpa bo na ga ogbugbo no pa na ga oso won da do na di emi no mere ni ado apon me so pon tiyan ne no dion no e Cain o ma igwa lo do ga ni se we na ne baba ka ba ni awe uwe bia gi mie ebe ne ni gangbe na ya be me da we mi po o me so go dan we kin uda aro ke kan we me ni we pon mo salo ba yo ni gio ni su wo ken ama mu ekpize yo wa sa lebe uda ebe no wa ka we o me mana ro wi o aro wi o ma se aro wa ni mi ya na fon uda e ma so ga me gbe e dozwa ye danyo zo nda igo ni ro so po we na mo oege we te doge ba woni se ego ni me po na la imani lu egbera ma mi na ye no sakwa ye ga lu ogozo e be no ka wo ke na ro wi o nda ego eni oyi o o ma ogu e so po ma bugbo be oyi o ma mi na ye fun we do a lo we na elede lele ke no zunu yi elede ro emeso amego ihe mohu no si semede ora o se siga no packet no si semede o danyori agbo a on ne bi gbo ayo bi gbe ke no na danu de we efe so ogozu no ogesi ono ze ne ebi no wana ka oke na aro wiyo uda o ma no to tana o enegbe ona o eno lagbera ona o ekeni ekede ori epon wo vigwe yo to o mira o ma do bo mi o e agbonro e na soro mi awa so asekito ero paro baba imaye me nwa se na ade asekito ya tu ma igi se ba nwete bo okpi ana eti na aro emiki na aro alimo na aro apo na aro e bread na aro o ma mi nu yae ona ga da me we we mo na wa gwe wo wa ni ha iwa lo lewa o mie o ma mi nu yae we no mi nu yae ni egbera won emi we akpon me yi no e mo so wonye me no e na soro no wa na ego na we wa so we na so anyo emi ati table na vi anyo yi na ti e ba anyo wa gbare wa we age we mi anyo pera me o ma mi nu ya dai onyo ze we unwe ga supo ka pon sa no bo ayunwe igu we mi 2025 we mi 2026 e na soro no ma se ba o deke kan we aye ko ni ere ba ni ola ya yo wori ni re e ba ni ola ya yo ni chani re e ba ni ola e fi ba no we we na mi hu ori wo ma re o ma mi hu o ma mi eso eni ya we akpon me o ugie ne dori oyo to nu ya pon me ye gbo e nu ya pon e dagbe mo e mo gbanu e nu ya pon me ye kinudo nu ya pon mo ye eni sikewe e ugie kin o be re so si be dio eso isun ya lerun o we pe do pa nya ogie ma wa ya lerun na eso we pe de iwe ne ma ya na eso we pe de yan ma ya na ba kana aya e pon wo so baba wo ese wo me so wo be ya na me mama wo po no de e mu gie kin o be do ro ene ni gu ene dori eyo to mo bi je me se bogi gu eni vi de ile ki o mi ya ino o lubirie e de ina ye kere ni ino e kere ya mo to ele na ye kere ni na do aga berun ne do na bi ari obiri mo bo obu efi o Holy Ghost fire ni ma ti na oba babe lubirie asan oso lubirie ose ekwere won lubirie ogbobi ere lubirie ye do na wo man do ga na o ma dan o resource na Holy Ghost fire ase mo so mo idu akpo me Holy Ghost fire na wo pa mayata anere ni dori e mo bo but mana resource mama ro ere o uni mama mayata wa je we wa mi ile oredo ona ga egi no ge osaloba aluga mo boro wesi anyway we so ten do mo wa to pe ya iwa da e no ta e pastor ini marugedo osaloba mayaga osase mi ya fe osase osa mudiano ma are mewi my so ma vie digun yoto viona yoto oteto saloba ni ya fe yibiji ebi na we ben ugeni ma gwaka banya when edigoba ne do ya na we gue ededo we no ye no sun yibare pastor ugewe ari ewe ke mo wuga o we no yo ewe odafen ewe unyan ewe no yo eyin no wa no ka emi ege ipolo no mie be wo ho be mi no aro ton aro wo te do ri oba mana otion enopa we wa fi okun o na bi ma me no we ya ho ehian ana sin po e lo su no ni wa e ke ni ya le yi abi yoku ihu ese we ya mari bere ya ma ke no le yi ya to bi ana egbe ko ro pe ana le e mo maladia asena ma le ma ku ese abo wa la baba ye gogogi o na pe ri ye ti apagbo ya ge e ma ya ebe na arere o ri gba oko to o wa e ko mo ko ro to ya ona wi ana ye na we gbo aru mo ko ro to o ipe ni eze ke na apagbo na pa ọlọ́pàá náà ní ebe ni ọ̀nà ebe náà ṣe ọ̀bọ̀n máa wà yẹn ebe náà ewé àti ẹ̀ ọ̀nà kọ̀lọ́ ọ̀nà yẹ tọ̀ba yìí hù ọ̀rí ìdí ọba nẹ ọ̀hìn agbóhùn wẹ̀ nà rẹ̀ ọ̀nà wẹ̀ ní akọ̀lẹ̀ ebe ni rẹ̀ ọ̀nà wẹ̀ ebe náà ní wọn ewé náà ọ̀ọ́zẹ́ òbó ìhìn àmà gbà yẹn náà yà yẹ èrè èrìnà kí màwé wọn rẹ̀ mi na sọ̀rọ̀ no amina enyo sọ̀rọ̀ no aru nu ya yere no sunu abe ya yere se no so ma
abi ya yere pena idu ave ewe ni gewe ni ona wo so pa aigaru hu upo agba ari ebe ewe ni maye ikulule kian o ewe no suru yiba ubirie ewe no wa we no obi ogeka no ewe orie ubi na ti obi no ro ari ese derie ona omahu no already ona awi no makeke ya fere ai na mi na we na rie ipa ona ubirie na ku bura obi ogeka no ogeka ori ona we bona ku ni salo boame ohu owi eni eri ege omo no ba ahuela da ona we ari obi ona de ge ona atomi ewe ana eri ge ana ku ege wa ewe na de na ku ewe ahia ugie no kwa ega no ari ewe ege omo wuga o ewe go yoyo ona ewe ri be segwa ona we omage be pe oma esu popa ma esu ki ha o we ri obo kagba bo kana wo ri beru na we ri amu he wa go gede ona we wo ki yo mi me ana no ona we mo tin wa din oto we he obi ye ni esi mi ba tie ona wo oyoyo omo na wo ma egbe no ka e ka na ona na ri oyoyo re ai we ri e dana bi asinwa ari egbe ege omo wuga o ewe go yoyo ewe adafe ewe unye o ewe ego yo ona we ebi no keke ehi ana fure kore uswe aye no kwa emi pokin ni dadoma emi pokin ni me okinu we no da o mena bia kian se hebo de no ga me mie ni ziwore na yi de me ni hu mi ina fe hu na ise de na pon sa lo gba na pon ni ka no amawo gbegbe gbona amawo na isalebenu sopa nupon sa lo bo ye dagbon won nupon ye ne ohenu mie nupon ye odekun nu mie una ye mi hu nupon ye do ma mi odekun wa mi ropa emi nu mie no sori ohun ke mo kame koten korun ki wo ni rewe bo ke ni do wa ke ya fe emi ya fe nu odinode nu sa lo bo ye ya bowewo owe mi na ana be yin osanu dazi yin me nika yin me boya fe na ga emi ni ya we ko ya bo me o manu we mo we emi po na ame ya bo amezo yuto ma we yin ri ma omo no gba ne do ko apolopolo emi no ri aye ofsaba imaniru no fure ga re bo na e ma no wa go egba o ge bo ni aha mo hin no hu ai de no wo hin daro ni nika o fe o hin wo ri e ni etowo no pewo awe ka ya fe ma we gotu wa ya fe ugi o mi po na ri na o wu po na 2025 imagine ni ma me ti o la 2026 be no we de be gberan
opa so when awe
o tan ire kere ba ege se ni
edun no pewo wege ka we eroto erokun owe okapa ni o wege ne de owo pe opa we te ni eje dagbon ye na ya gbegbe won ito no kere pe ona ya de moimo ewu de ona we o ma no wa ke na ye ti wa wuso na mi no magun yen kwa kan dori e to ko ona de moimo ni ona mu oriri no ya ari koro ori momo oye mo boy ye kan bwa na so pa yegi sunwera odiri yo ni e ti wa ri koro ona bole moimo ona ri unu ye ti wa la lo bo ma be na wa lu le gege na wa ri be moimo ona wa la lo pia ona we bona ki ona we la re wa na le be moimo we ne o re ne busen ade
mami bai
o pe na wa lu le wa toro nwera yi ona we condition ye ni ze boyo o be ma so ona yi bi ga gbegbe e bana ona wa ra ri nwera ona we bo ba tore ona wo tele gi arewa agbon ga mama where any ma do na ze lu o ma do na e ka wo u me ni no arun da igogo u me no arun da iwe mi po u me no ugbe me go ma be igogo wa ri da ku gbe na nwanyo ku gbe o pa to pe
ise anyway ya iwa da ima e ma na mu gi oge emi po na yuto ni wa maka bokpon wa ya fe di da ima pa ke ma ye ni ru adigu eni ru awe ya fe Manowe Goba with Duge, Salobano Gima, a setting where we have a K, Niro Waka Rigwe, when our Kagele, our Karawe Dion, Walaho, Wagoba Dolewonai, Wageria, Wavekitoha, Aega Gualigo, Wavekito, Kobe Bania, Vaya doing Punahe, Upon the Rave Due, Wagazi AC. No bavju wayi na ya dole woyi awo kagele eyo no odon we so egbe ade lórí odon we gwa we na iru ena e ya fe awe nigi ni we ro ya fe awe nirun erun ni to sa mi ma ya fe yibo na fi wo ye no ma no la o tedo ya fe me ma na gi bota de na yota oba atope ise
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello there, thank you for joining us on this special interview series on independent television. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. Our guest today on the program is the Ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria and ECOWAS. As a matter of fact, the Ambassador of the European Delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, His Excellency Ambassador Gauthier Mignon. Thank you for obliging us your time.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation, sir.
Okay, how would you describe your presence in Benin so far? Is this your first time in Benin City?
Actually, it's my second time, but I came in a private visit the first time because I hadn't presented my credentials yet to Mr. President, so I could not engage officially by the time. So this time it's the first official visit. And I came really with an intention to see how, to review the cooperation we are having with Edo State and to try to see how we can scale it up. But I took the opportunity to visit yesterday to participate to a private preview of the Museum of West African Arts here in Edo State, which is a project I already saw last year when I came first to Benin City.
So how would you describe the level of partnership between the European Union and, of course, Nigeria, and particularly Edo State?
Well, with Nigeria, the European Union, together with its member states and its development banks, which we call Team Europe, I think is the first partner, is Nigeria's first partner in many areas, in trade and investment in particular, and also in cooperation in many areas. And we have 730 million euros in grants for bilateral cooperation with Nigeria between 2041 and 2027, plus also sizable amounts of loans, subsidized loans. And with Edo State, we've had good cooperation in several areas. I'm thinking in particular of support to migration governance and support to stranded migrants returning to Nigeria, and many of them are from Edo State. And in the last few years, we supported more than 23,000 people to come back and reintegrate into their communities nationally, and many of them in Edo State, just to name an example. So we think we can do more in other areas. We're also working in digital economy, in renewable energy, and also in projects for communities. But I always come with states so important like Edo State with an idea of how to try to improve and strengthen what we are doing already.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience. And this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, particularly through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience, and this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, in particular through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program in particular.
Fantastic. If you just join us, we have with us the ambassador of the European Commission delegation to Nigeria and Africa, who is in Edo State currently on a private visit, engaging him on a wide range of issues, looking at the partnership between the Commission and Nigeria, and particularly Edo State. Ambassador Migno, let me quickly take you on a trending issue in Nigeria right now, which has to do with violence, extremism, and the talk around genocide against Christians is gaining momentum across the world, particularly in the US and several other places. What's the Commission's perspectives on this issue, and what is the intention in terms of helping Nigeria to deal with banditry, Boko Haram, and all other, extremism that we're seeing playing up in the country right now?
I think it's important not to exaggerate or oversimplify situations which are very complex in Nigeria in terms of violence and insecurity. Of course, it's a big concern for everybody, including for us. We are very much committed with freedom of religion and belief in particular, and of course, any attack against communities or individuals because of their religion must be condemned, unacceptable. But at the same time, we stand in solidarity with Nigeria, with the victims of the attacks, of course, and with the overwhelming majority of Nigerians who are willing to coexist peacefully beyond ethnic or religious differences. And so we stand in solidarity with Nigeria to fight the many drivers of violence and insecurity, and religion is only one of them. And we've been supporting Nigeria for many years through many projects of peace building, of de-radicalization, demobilization of former members of non-state armed groups, for instance. And we are ready to do more. The European Union some 12 years ago received the Nobel Prize for Peace. And so we always feel the necessity to be up to this great distinction that we received, to work on peace building, to work also and strengthen our relationship on security and defense with Nigeria, but in a spirit of partnership and of respect for Nigeria's sovereignty.
Fantastic. You're here specifically because of the Museum of West African Arts, MOA, which of course was launched just a few days ago. But what's your take on the current issues surrounding the Museum of West African Arts, particularly against the background of some of the things that happened there, during the inauguration of the center? You were there.
I was there. It was not an inauguration of the museum, actually. Okay. It was just a private preview, okay, because the organizer, I think, very wisely decided, as there were some criticisms, to postpone the formal inauguration of the museum. They announced this already a few days ago. And so yesterday was just a private preview for partners, friends, diplomats like myself and other European ambassadors. The EU has no direct involvement in this project. We are not funding this project. We might do it in the future because we want to partner more with museums and cultural institutions in West Africa and Nigeria, but we have no direct involvement so far. So I came here really to see the advancement of this very wonderful project I discovered last year when I came first, which is a great opportunity for Edo State, for Nigeria, and for West Africa. It's a West African museum. It's not about only Benin or Edo State or Nigeria even, it's West African. And I must say that the experience that we had yesterday was quite unpleasant and deplorable because this private event on a private property was disrupted by so-called protesters who came in, allowed by the police, because there was security all around, but they left them in. And they disrupted the whole event. So it's exactly how you scale off. You scale off investors and development partners coming in good faith, to partner with your community. And Germany, for instance, has invested 8.5 million euros in this project. If now they see that this project cannot operate normally, I mean, the conclusions will be quite clear, not only for Germany, but for all European stakeholders.
Fantastic. Let's look at a general issue that relates to the involvement of the Western world in Africa in terms of development, in terms of partnership, in terms of insecurity. Talking about partnership, we're seeing, the European Union, for example, always disposed to giving loans to African countries, Nigeria inclusive. The perspective of these loans being a trap for developing countries, underdeveloped countries. What are your thoughts? What's the Commission perspectives on this?
Well, this is a trap where we felt collectively, the lenders and our African partners 30 years ago, and we had at the time to pardon part of this debt, to do a whole work to get out of this situation. So now, through, in particular, our new cooperation strategy, which is called the Global Gateway Strategy, we are very attentive not to fall again into this trap. So we limit the level of indebtedness of partner countries. We give subsidized loans. We don't want to fall again into this trap. And what we are seeing with concern is that African countries, some of them, are falling again into this situation with other lenders, not the European Union, because we've learned from our first experience. So this is why now we work very much with financial instruments, blending loans with grants, for instance, subsidized loans which create revenues for the country, so making sure that they can be reimbursed. So it's really a point we are very attentive to.
On a global scale, we've seen the disappearance of peace, so to speak, at the global level. I mean, the Hamas-Israeli crisis there's a ceasefire, there's some sort of agreement, but we're still seeing some measure of violence. We saw recently the RSF activities in Sudan, particularly in Al-Fasher. That crisis is still going on. And these activities or events that are unfolding globally that undermines peace globally, what's your perspective of the fact that it's like the world is hamstrung in terms of dealing with these issues, nipping them at the bud before it blossoms, it flourishes, snowballs into huge crisis like you're seeing now in Sudan? Hunger is there in Hamas, there's starvation, there's poverty, and all of these issues happening. Why is it so difficult for the world leaders to have a consensus in terms of how they can collectively respond to these issues?
Because we have collective rules in the United Nations Charter, international law. And what we have seen over the last 10 years or so is that very important players have not respected these rules. Take the case of Russia in particular.
Yeah, Russia and Ukraine.
The Russian invasion to Ukraine,
yeah,
which started in fact in 2014, then it became full scale in 2022. Then we, each from a permanent member of the Security Council, a country which is supposed to be a guarantor of these rules, then it shows that everybody can do anything and violates international law without punishment. And so this is why it's so important, and this is why the European Union insisted so much that all countries in the world had to condemn the Russian invasion to Ukraine. And most countries, including Nigeria, have done that. But others, including large democracies, have not done so.
When you say large democracy, are you talking about the US?
The US has done so,
okay,
but others have not.
Okay.
And then, other crises also popped up. And then when the law starts to be broken here and there, yeah, it just becomes contagious.
Ambassador Gottner Mignot, thank you so much for your time. Truly appreciate this conversation.
Pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I've been talking with Ambassador Mignot, who is the head of the European delegation to Nigeria and Africa, is currently in Edo State on a visit, and we've been engaging him on a wide range of issues. Thank you for staying with us and have a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
Ojúde aṣáájú abẹ́ẹ̀dọ́ pé. Ayaba aṣáájú abẹ́ẹ̀dọ́ pé. àtúwáyé àtúwájú ọba àtàpẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Hello there, it's always my delight to have you join us every Sunday like this on a program News Review. I am Deborah Iviogbe from thanking you so much for joining us on the program. Our first report for review is on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who during the week on Diary Review presented the 2026 budget of 58.47 trillion naira to a joint session of the National Assembly with capital recurrent non-debt expenditure standing at 15.25 trillion naira. He presented the budget on Friday, pegging the capital expenditure at 26.08 trillion naira and putting the crude oil benchmark at $64.58 per barrel. In the same vein, we reported during the week on Diary Review that the governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo, presented the 2026 appropriation bill and budget estimates of 939 billion 850 million naira to the Edo State House of Assembly for consideration and approval. The budget tagged Hope and Growth is aimed at consolidating the gains recorded over the past 1 year and expanding developmental projects across the states.
While presenting the proposed 2026 budget of Hope and Growth, Governor Okpebholo said the appropriation bill seeks to expand the reach of his administration and restore the hope of Edo people in governance. Governor Okpebholo further stated that the 2026 budget will be funded through an internally generated revenue of 460 billion naira, FAC allocation of 480 billion naira, capital receipts and grants of 153 billion naira, public-private partnerships amounting to 146 billion naira, and other available revenue sources.
For 2026 fiscal year, the budget of Hope and Growth proposed a total expenditure of 939 billion 850 million naira only. Capital expenditure with the 637 billion, that's representing 68%. Recurrent expenditure 302 billion, representing 32%. Edo State will continue to prioritize capital projects such as roads, schools, hospitals, water, housing, and economic projects.
Earlier, the Speaker of the Edo State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Blessing Abobaku, assured that the 8th Assembly would continue to partner with the Executive to ensure the successful implementation of the administration's SHINE agenda.
I know there will be hope for Edo people with this budget.
Some residents of the state also shared their views on the 2026 budget estimates.
With this budget of consolidation of Hope and Growth, we are expecting a lot of dividend of democracy.
I see prosperity. This is also in line with the SHINE agenda.
The governor had met well, and that all the per capita project and his vision of SHINE
will take us there.
The 2026 budget of hope and growth, anchored on the administration's Shine agenda, represents a 17.5% increase, amounting to 140 billion 30 million naira over the 2025 budget estimate of 799.8 billion naira. Kingsley Uchebu, ITV News.
The Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, John Wick Kondaribio, says it is set to establish a joint counter-terrorism force as part of renewed efforts to confront the growing threats of violent extremism across the sub-region. The chairman of ECOWAS Authority of Heads of States and Governments and President of Sierra Leone disclosed this while addressing the 68th ordinary session of the ECOWAS Authorities of Heads of State and Government held at the Banquet Hall of the State House, Abuja.
The 68th ordinary session of the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government was presided over by the President of Sierra Leone, Julius Maada Bio. Nigeria as host nation was represented at the summit by Vice President Kashim Shettima, who stood in for President Bola Tinubu. Speaking, President Bio expressed deep concern over the activities of multiple terror groups operating across West Africa, warning that they continue to exploit the fragility of the region's border to carry out cross-border attacks and destabilize member states. According to him, the proposed joint security force is aimed at strengthening collective defense mechanisms and enhancing coordinated responses among ECOWAS countries in the fight against terrorism.
On behalf of this authority, I strongly condemn the unconstitutional change of government in Guinea-Bissau and the attempt to subvert the constitutional order in Benin. I commend the rapid mobilization of ECOWAS troops and air assets, with Nigeria taking the lead to safeguard constitutional order in Benin.
Speaking earlier, President of the ECOWAS Commission, Dr. Umar Aliu Toure, condemned coup in the sub-region while commending the effort of Nigeria in crushing the Benin Republic coup d'etat.
The regional response has been measured but firm, and the swift action of our heads of state shows their commitment to democratic values and stability in the region. Then came the unfortunate attempted coup in the Republic of Benin, which met with a swift and resolute action of ECOWAS led by the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Nigeria has remained at the forefront of regional diplomatic and stabilization efforts, playing a key role in ECOWAS' collective response to political crisis through dialogue, security cooperation, and respect for the rule of law. From the Old Banquet Hall, Aso Rock Presidential Villa, Abuja, I'm Ikaro Atta, ITV News.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu John Wick Kondaribio said he inherited a badly managed economy but has through several reforms turned things around for good. He was speaking while hosting leaders of the Obia Kingdom in Bayelsa State at the State House, Abuja.
Receiving the Ogbia delegation from Bayelsa State, President Bola Tinubu assured citizens that his administration is committed to delivering lasting progress across all regions and defeating terrorism and other security threats across Nigeria. He also assured the delegation that his administration remains resolute in confronting terrorism, banditry, and other forms of insecurity threatening parts of the country. He said security forces are making steady progress despite the challenges. Further speaking on the national economy, the president noted that the nation's economy, which according to him was in dire state when his administration took office, has now turned the corner for good. He emphasized that the priority is to translate macroeconomic improvement into real gains for the people at the grassroots.
It's a joy to listen to go down the history of our discovery. But fortunately, recently, God has given us the opportunity. Commitment to duty, the love of the nation is noticed by all, including myself. You mentioned Jonathan. Jonathan is a very, very good leader. He's a good citizen. He's a good son of Nigeria and leader.
While Acknowledging the historical marginalization of the oil-producing area, the president stressed that dwelling on past grievances would do little to alter its future prospect. President Tinubu called for a reshifted focus of the Niger Delta region to collaboration, determination, and measurable progress, urging the leaders of the Niger Delta region to look beyond years of neglect and work constructively with his administration to fast-track development in the region. He promised the delegation that his administration will work closely with Niger Delta indigene serving in government, particularly the managing director of the Niger Delta Development Commission, Mr. Samuel Ogboku, to deepen developmental efforts in the region. From the Aso Rock Presidential Villa, Abuja, Amikaro Atta, ITV News.
The High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, in Gwari Pajan Reconda Review, granted bail to the former Minister of Labour and Employment, Dr. Chris Igige, who is standing trial on an 8-count corruption charges. Justice Maria Hassan adopted the terms of administrative bail earlier granted to him by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. The choir of St. Gabriel the Archangel Catholic Church, Benin City, led by the parish priest, Reverend Father Jerome Idebe, joined the growing list of choristers who held this year's Christmas carol service at the House of Igbenedion in honor of the Esama of Benin, His Excellency, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Usawao Igbenedion.
Melodious tunes from the St. Gabriel the Archangel Catholic Church choir thrilled guests as they delivered powerful Christmas messages through songs. The first Bible reading was taken by the choir chairman, Mrs. Vera Okoli. The executive director, operations, ITV and radio, Chief Elder Ubede Unse, took the second Bible reading, while the choir master, Mr. Paul Odige, delivered a third reading taken from the book of Micah, chapter 1, verses 2 to 5.
The angel of the Lord called to Abraham a second time from heaven and said, "By myself I have sworn, says the Lord."
The people who walk in darkness have seen a great light. Those who live in a land of deep darkness, on them light has shined.
After the fourth Bible reading by the immediate past chairman of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Dr. Osaritin Nadege, the parish priest, Reverend Father Jerome Idebe, took the fifth reading and delivered a homily. Reverend Father Idebe explained that Christmas symbolizes the demonstration of God's love to mankind, noting that the Esama's love for humanity aligns perfectly with the true message of the season.
We are told in John 3:16, "And for God so loved the world, and he gave his only begotten Son, and all who believe in him will not perish but have everlasting life."
Angel Gabriel was sent by God to a town in Galilee called Nazareth to a virgin engaged to a man whose name was Joseph of the house of David.
The event later featured native songs as the choristers proudly showcased the rich cultural heritage of the Benin people. In his remarks, the host and Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Usawao Igbenedion, reminisced on fond memories and requested old Christmas songs, which were uniquely and beautifully rendered by the choir.
All these characteristic new way of making Christmas, we are not used to it. We are used to play nowhere. Why you to take the old Christmas song?
Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
Now moving on, the bond of friendship between the families of Pastor Saige Izeyamu, former secretary to Edo State Government, and Honorable Matthew Udoekime, was further strengthened with the traditional marriage of their children, Osai Izeyamu and Harford Udoekime. The ceremony, which had the Esama of Benin, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Usawao Igbenedion, as Father of the Day, attracted notable personalities and politicians from different political divides. Among them were the Edo State Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, the Iyase of Benin, Chief Sam Igbe, and other dignitaries.
It was a brilliant display of Benin tradition and culture as the father of the bride, Pastor Osage Izeyamu, formally handed over his daughter to her heartthrob. The father of the day and Esama of Benin, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbinedion, played a strategic and symbolic role throughout the ceremony. After the fulfillment of the marriage rites as required by Benin tradition and customs, the event later shifted to the reception venue for further celebrations. The lavishly decorated tent was replete with the who is who in Benin, a retinue of political leaders, religious figures, and members of the business community, including the Edo State Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, and several former deputy governors were all in attendance. The new couple later cut their wedding cake and thrilled guests as they took to the dance floor. Parents of the bride expressed gratitude to God and appreciation to guests for the successful ceremony.
Well, one of the happiest days in my life, giving out my second daughter in marriage. We must thank God for children and thank God to be alive.
Joy, my second daughter is getting married to her heartthrob, and you can see that we are all in a joyous mood.
It's from a noble family, the Yasena family. You can see that I'm the head of the family.
My advice for them is that they should watch out for each other and avoid thinking about the fault of each other.
Bringing two prominent politicians, children together in Edo South Senatorial District is a good thing to Edo South politics.
Chairman of the occasion, Dr. Godwin Ehiyamusoy, remarked that the couple made wise choices, which was evident in the grandeur of the celebration, while guests also took turns to congratulate the young couple.
I want to emphasize the fact that it is out of your love and sacrifice that made it possible to be here.
Dignitaries and various groups present danced and rejoiced with the two families in celebration of the union. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
Also in the week, we told you that the former two-term governor of Edo State and immediate past president worldwide of the Edo College Old Boys Association, ECOBA, Chief Lucky Nusaka Igbinedion, was honored with the prestigious Excellence in Leadership Award by the Lagos branch of the association. The award was presented at the 2025 annual dinner and award ceremony of ECOBA held in Lagos State.
Confirmation of the Distinguished Excellence in Leadership Award conferred on the former two-term governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nusaka Igbinedion, in recognition of his sterling leadership qualities as president worldwide of the Edo College Old Boys Association. The award was received on his behalf by the Managing Director of Independent Television and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki. Welcoming guests to the epoch-making event held in Ikeja, Lagos State, Chairman of ECOBA, Lagos branch, Mr. Charles Issa, said the association has in recent years recorded significant achievements, including the establishment of an endowment fund for students of Edo College.
Every year we sponsor prizes in Edo College to promote excellence in various disciplines, in academics, in sports, in various areas where Edo College can shine.
Chairman of the occasion, Major General Julius Osifo, while commending the immediate past president worldwide of the association, Chief Lucky Nusaka Igbinedion, for his remarkable achievements in office, called on the leadership of the association to place greater emphasis on positioning students of the college for the effective use of artificial intelligence.
We are pleased to have honored our past national president, Chief Lucky Nusaka Igbinedion, for his exemplary leadership of the School Old Boys Association in the past 4 years. Clearly and without a doubt, and I make bold to say that unequivocally, that Edo College Old Boys Association has risen to be the most prominent Old Boys Association in the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The awardee former two-term governor of Edo State and immediate past president of ECOBA Worldwide, Chief Lucky Nusahara Igbenedion, represented by Engineer Elvis Obaseki, expressed appreciation to Lagos State branch of the association for the honor and urged members to extend the same support accorded to him while in office to his successor.
The award of excellence in leadership conferred on His Excellency Chief Lucky Nusahara Igbenedion is a testament to the good works he did, particularly under his 4 years as chairman of ECOBA Worldwide. I'm still thankful to Lagos branch for the recognition.
Other awardees at the event include Mr. Andrew Lotu, who was honored with a Lifetime Achievement Award, Mr. Jimmy Omoagege, named Distinguished Old Boy of the Year, and Mr. Joseph Ahigbe, who also received the Distinguished Old Boy of the Year Award. The ECOBAT of the Year Award went to Olooko Ikechukwu Peter. There was also a presentation on the achievements of the association through the endowment fund by the LF chairman, Professor Samuel Akbata. Highlight of the event was the cutting of the anniversary cake. The ceremony was attended by several ancient and modern old boys of Edo College. From Lagos, Agbuji Horia, ITV News.
Also from Lagos State, we told you during Recon Diary Review that the State Commissioner for Youth and Sport, Mobolaji Ogunlade, charged social workers in the state to continue ensuring that no one is left behind. The Commissioner gave the charge during a walk across the state aimed at creating awareness on the importance of social workers to societal development.
Social workers and staff of the Lagos State Ministry of Youth and Social Development sensitizing members of the public on the dangers of social vices and the importance of social workers in the society. Lagos State Commissioner for Youth and Social Development, Mobolaji Ogulende, represented by Mr. Abiodun Dina, said the increasing number of people migrating into Lagos daily could negatively affect the state if not for the efforts of social workers.
A lot of families are displaced. So what the role of the social welfare department in the ministry is to provide support for the vulnerable member of the society. We have 15 social welfare homes and institutions that takes care of different vulnerable members of the public.
Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, Pharmacist Toyin Okel Soyintolu, represented by Dr. Toyin Jayola, said the state has assured that vulnerable groups are included in all its development plans.
And for the great work we are doing in schools, in hospitals, everywhere, social workers, they are everywhere in Lagos State performing a very great role. So I want to thank all social workers that are serving humanity for the great contribution that they are doing.
Chairperson Nigeria Association of Social Workers, Lagos State Chapter, Modukbeola Saeed Adebambo, said social workers in the state operate across various sectors, providing support and care to those in need.
Well, social workers generally, and myself inclusive, we take care of the vulnerable. Provide services to vulnerable groups and populations in the society.
The team of social workers also visited the Lagos State House of Assembly as part of the awareness campaign. From Lagos, Agbuji Korea, ITV News.
In case you're just joining us, the program is News Review. We'll go on a quick break. When we're returning, the program News Review will continue. Please stay tuned. Thank you so much for staying tuned to the program News Review. Now moving on. The First Lady of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, provided financial support of 200,000 naira each to 250 elderly persons in Edo State under the Renewed Hope Initiative Social Investment Program. The support was delivered on her behalf by the coordinator, Office of the First Lady of Edo State, Mrs. Edesili Okpewolo Anani.
The gesture by the First Lady of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, was represented by Mrs. Okpewolo Anani aims at improving the welfare of senior citizens and ensuring that the elderly continue to live in dignity despite prevailing economic challenges. She said the Renewed Hope initiative places strong premium on social inclusion and care for vulnerable groups, particularly the aged, noting that the program reflects the First Lady's commitment to compassionate governance and people-oriented interventions.
As we approach the festive season, it is crucial to emphasize the importance of prioritizing our elderly citizens in our initiatives. They have walked difficult paths so that the younger generation may have a smoother road to travel. It is therefore our moral duty and indeed our joy to ensure that they live their twilight years in comfort, health, and dignity.
Some beneficiaries of the initiative expressed gratitude to the First Lady of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, for the timely intervention. They described the selection process as transparent and the assistance a life-changing gesture.
I appreciate this gift. Wonderful. I describe it. God is sister, God will bless her in Jesus' name.
Never see this kind. I never see. This is my first time. And God will bless them for us.
I'm very happy. I will use it to buy things for my family. We enjoy together for the Christmas.
The support under the Presidential Renewed Hope Initiative's Social Investment Program serves as a key platform through which the First Lady of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, supports vulnerable populations, reinforcing the federal government's broader agenda of social protection and inclusive development. Kingsley Uchebu, ITV News.
And now to some religious matters. We told you during Weekend Diary Review that Christians were advised to imbibe the virtue of love in their daily lives as means of building a more godly society. The spiritual leader of Christ Chosen Church of God International, Senior Apostle David Unuefe, gave the advice during the 2025 Festival of Nine Lessons and Carols, organized by Independent Television and Radio in conjunction with Christ Chosen Church of God International, GRA1 Auditorium along Airport Road, Benin City, Edo State. The event themed Celebrating the Love of Christ reflected on a message of peace, love, and salvation associated with Christmas.
Christmas carols, which are songs used by Christians to joyfully announce the birth of Jesus Christ, originated in Europe during the Middle Ages. Over time, the tradition has grown into a cherished part of Christmas celebrations around the world. In keeping with this long-standing tradition, Independent Television and Radio, in conjunction with Christ Chosen Church of God, hosted a special 9 lessons and carol service. Some personalities read the 9 lessons and delivered goodwill messages at the event to the delight of the congregation. The managing director of Independent Television and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, appreciated Christ Chosen Church of God International for collaborating with the station to ensure a successful hosting of the event and reaffirmed the station's commitment to promoting the values of peace, love, and unity.
We cannot be Christians celebrating Christ if we don't love ourselves, if we don't look and preach peace amongst us. Christ remains the reason for the season.
In his sermon, the spiritual leader of Christ Chosen Church of God International, Senior Apostle David Unuefe, urged Christians to see the message of Christmas as an inspiration to live in love and serve one another selflessly.
As we celebrate the birth of Christ, please let there be love. One, love for yourself and love for your neighbor. Love for the job you do.
The event featured a quiz competition, performances by renowned church choirs, gospel music groups, and artists. Highlight of the celebration was the cutting of the Christmas cake by Apostle David Unuefe in company with the management of Independent Television and Radio, led by the managing director of ITV, Engineer Elvis Obaseki. There was excitement as a gift was presented by ITV and Radio to Senior Apostle David Unuefi. There was a special appearance by ITV and Radio's Father Christmas, popularly known as Father Paul, who distributed gifts to the congregation. Chairman of ITV and Radio Planning Committee, Egosa Agbonlao, alongside a member of the Church Planning Committee, expressed satisfaction with the success of the event.
I am grateful to the Almighty God for the success of this year's edition of the Night Lessons and Carols.
The song and everything that inspired us, the Night Lessons and Carols, was very fantastic.
Management staff of Independent Television and Radio present at the event included the Executive Director of Finance and Administration, Lady Celerina Ojomo, Executive Director Operations, Chief Elder Ogbede Uwumose, Director Independent Radio, Dr. Dan Omozusi, and General Manager Group Commercial Services, Mrs. Odum Balongu, and Deputy General Manager Programs, Dr. Sonny Duke Okosun. From Benin, Osemudame Osage, RTV News.
With that report, we call it a wrap on today's edition of the program News Review. Do not forget to keep it at us next week Sunday, which I'll be bringing the program News Review again. I am Deborah Iviogbe for now. See you next week. Do have a wonderful week ahead. Bye for now.
Waiting they happen. Make it better pass like this. Say make it better pass like this. Say make it better pass like this. And I pray one day. Waiting they happen.
To Nigeria, my country, here, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, and to serve Nigeria with all my strength. Now, so it's supposed to be. I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, and to serve Nigeria with all my strength. Now, so it's supposed to be. Citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, how are they? Anywhere you there for the world, they watch us for ITV, they watch us for Facebook, for YouTube, for TikTok, they watch us online. I there for Edo State, for Edo Central. This road when I did so, from Agbo, go reach Uromi, but I did for Ebele. This now Agbo, Uromi, Express Road. When they give contractor for the past 15 years, 10 years, 20 years, but just said 20 years ago, 15 years ago, 10 years ago, this road now nightmare. People they pass here, both trailer, both vehicle from now Agbo direct. If you go this side, now Uromi direct. The road you get a CP. This one a small one, oh. This one a small one. If you go front, hey, federal government. So far, government don't give us out. What soon? I say make I come up from Benin City. This Uromi Agbo road by Bele, how this road be?
What soon? Don't be small thing, no. Where to they pass through for this road there? Now let God. See, here now, here still good now. Here now express. Go for go Ekpo. Now pitch. Motor they fall every day. We don't know what we do, government.
Contractor the road again.
We don't know. We don't cry tire. We don't cry tire. I beg, help me tell government, make the help us. Help me tell President Tinubu, I beg, make it cut our aid.
Okay.
Federal government, Federal Ministry of Works. Yes. This road. If you go down, if you don't go, you go reach Ekpo. Before you reach Ekpo, you go see how say. God is. Oga, well done. How the journey now? I greet everybody. Oga, how this road be?
Nah, unbearable. The road not be here. It be like say government no know say area like here they exist too.
This Agba Uromi Express
yes, it just be abandoned area.
But you don't know say contractor don't they work for here like 10-15 years ago?
Contractor don't stop. Money we they don't know how they work. Road they not do. Now good contractor share, but I believe say now government hand it there. My person talk through.
And we need to remind government.
Yes.
Say this Agba Uromi Expressway.
If it is even crying every day, to let them be aware that people are passing here, we're supposed to be doing that.
Suffer everybody day for this road. Now suffer everybody day. It don't pass 2 hours so we did this road since. Make government still know say now people, children, now did this country. It made them remember this road, made they call one. I beg, now we did there.
I greet you, my Oga. Now this area you do. I beg, come. As an area journalist. This Uromi, Agbo, come this area. How this road be?
The road, you dey see am as it be now. It's not good for eye. Many people they get accident for here. If you know what they happen for here, no other route whether they pass from here go reach Agbo, Ekmo, Ewosa, Ewohimi, go reach Uromi, Igwebe. Road not there.
They say this one a small one. They say if I go front now,
if you go front now, here safe good. If you go front now, if you see what they happen for front, if you pass checking points, go reach Ewosa to Ekmo, road not just there. Nowhere when road day.
What you advise me now? Make I leave my motor here, or I carry my motor.
Even when you carry your motor now, you not go see where you want carry and pass for that side.
My motor will reach there, or may I leave and here carry back? They go that side.
You go leave on for here.
Daddy,
because the only
how are you? How's everything? How this side now? I say make I come out from inside city. Make I come this.
Make you come sit by yourself. We not go Agbo again. We not go room again. You remember if you want to go, except you carry back. Charter. Finish. See road now. You see, can sit by yourself.
This one is
federal road. Federal road. We just a beg government. Make them come help us. You go close to the market now. The same thing like this. You go to Ewosa, the same thing there. Go to Ekpo by railway, the same thing, the worst. Biology, the same thing.
I been want carry my motor go there. I been make I enter bike.
Exactly, you go follow Lugu for inside town. Go bust at.
Okay. Welcome. Hey, Pastor, wait.
Hey. My leader.
How's everything, sir?
I'm going home. Fine, sir.
You are going home?
Yeah.
How this Agbo Uromi Express? You yourself know say contractor work for this road 10-15 years ago. How the road be?
Very terrible, very terrible. I have just been telling my boys that this is funny, very funny. I'm from Ekmo, so I drive this road, so I know what it is. And we are asking that the government should help us. They should do something for us, because it's becoming something else. Terrible, very terrible. So from here now to Ekmo will take me still another time. Look at the vehicle, look at everywhere. So if you don't have maybe a jeep, you can't ply this road.
Like me, we carry Yaris come from Benin now, and I be the plan to reach that village Ekmo. I go fit succeed.
You fit, but it go stress you. I wish you grace.
Safe journey, oh.
Also, waiting they happen. Make it better pass like this. Say make you better pass like this. Say make you better pass like this. And I pray one day.
Soon, waiting they happen.
The Ministry of Works. I know say una never complete so many projects when I don't start. But these projects that don't start on like 10, 15 years ago, contractor will not see you. Agbo Uromi Expressway. This country. Hey! Now for this ember period now where people go to travel. Now day trap. Uromi Agbo Expressway by Bele, by Ekpo, now dead trap. But why some contractors for Nigeria not they finish the project? Why they go wait till the government will give them the contract, come out before they will say they won't complete the project? And Federal Ministry of Works, they don't forget this road. No. From Agbo to Uromi, Federal Ministry of Works, they don't forget this road. For Agbo Uromi Expressway, I don't come out from Ebele, this Naiwosa. Not be smart, you know. Federal Ministry of Works, NDDC, Federal Ministry of Works, NDDC, for the past 10 to 15 years, now federal government of Nigeria award this contract. It don't pass 15 years old from Agbo, Delta State, to Uromi for those states. Contractor work. After you go see them, after you not go see them, after they go come out, after they go pack, after they go return them. But citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, when they pass this road on a daily basis, if to say not be God, hey!
On the Shugbo Road, that river, before you climb the hill, go there, may you go see what they happen, may you go see road. Go there now, may you go see road. Go see full smelt of motor, the red they beat up. People where even there, they said that the smelt that they build their house, where they found the throw away for them.
That means if federal government they abandon this road?
They even remember the road, we get road. You look like say we get road. We not get road though. You know how many motor they fall for here a day? Because as you pass out today now, you don't see any motor.
That's why I come up from inside the city. I come inside land.
May you go Agbo now, may you see go Agbo Road now. Just go before you reach Agbo Romi Joshua for Agbo. May you see what they happen for there. Just go, may you see them.
I greet you. Can't your blessings name them one by one? Can't your blessings see what God has done? Count your blessings, name them one by one. Hey, whoa. Hey, whoa. Hey. Hey, whoa. Hey, whoa. Hey. Federal Government of Nigeria, Federal Ministry of Works, NDDC, Edo State Government. If you go. You go come out for Agbo, Delta State. If you go like this, you go come out for Uromi. Inside this Agbo, Uromi Expressway, now this road you go see Ebele, now this road you go see Ewosa, now along this road you go see Ekpo, you go see different communities. If road dey lonely like this and road spoil like this, how kidnapper no go dey road?
First they reach there before we speed, if you reach there will slow down. If they're here, they will come outside. The jack carry and come out.
I greet you. How's everything? I said I don't too short for city, make I enter inside.
Exactly. Well done.
It is sup here.
Too much. Too much.
Just imagine saying a motor pass and your tire hook here. And everybody don't sleep. They say if you see something, say something. I don't see something now. Now I can't show now. So, Abamena, Baba. I should watch them, drop your comments. I should watch them, share them. I should watch them, like them. Share them, make federal government of Nigeria see them. Share them, make federal ministry of works. Share them, make those state are there for Uromi, Agbo, Expressway. This work. If your motor stop here, hey, you notice what they happen for this road? In case you they wonder, I there for Esa land. From here I go enter Ubiaja, enter Ebele, enter Ekmo, enter Iwokimi, enter Ekpoma, enter Uromi, enter Iruekpe. I there for Esa land now. From now till like 2 weeks time, there for Esa land. This they happen. Oh, water na problem. Water na problem for Esa land. Light na problem. Come. Now spoil this road. Federal Ministry of Works. Any federal road for Nigeria will tell at the pass. And I need to tell the contractor the kind specification of road. Well done, sir. Your bike particulars, your fire extinguisher, your driver's license, and all the particulars. But how you doing?
I'm fine, sir. I'm not too fine, sir. I'm not fine because of the road. This road is not road. Just look everywhere. Very bad.
Agbo-Uromi Road?
No.
Express Road? When federal government, you know how much federal government of Nigeria budget give the contractor to do this road for the past 15, 20 years? You don't know?
Okay. Now, just look at the road. We are suffering. This is a bad government.
You know if we talk like that?
Oh, God.
Now your own opinion be that you know if we talk in a bad government because they do road for that place because they never reach us. You know yes they fair give this road to contractor.
Let them do the road, let's see.
Okay, thank you. Federal government of Nigeria, Federal Ministry of Works, NDDC, Edo State government. Why BC for this our country? Road now one of the biggest challenge. How long will Nigerians continue to complain about road, water, lighting, food, house, road? Now cow. Hey! Agbo-Uromi Expressway. Agbo-Uromi Expressway. You pass Ekmo, Ewosa, Ebele, the road. But me no pass here. Welcome. I be clear.
No clear. No clear. You know, see as the road be. I want it clear. When government abandon us, abandon the road, we are suffering here. And at the end of the day, they will say the government of democracy. How is it democracy?
For the people, by the people, for the government.
Oh yes, we are not benefiting anything. Only the top men there that are benefiting. We are suffering. We, the youths, the old and the young, the children, all of us
Are you
suffering.
not aware, say 15, 10, 20 years ago, federal government awarded this contract to big contractor from Agbo to Uromi?
We heard of Buhari that time. He said the road was awarded. They started the double lay from here to Abuja, and before we could know, the contractors left. We don't know exactly what happened. They will not be able to sponsor them, or there is no money. That's why they left. We cannot tell. But since the time of Buhari now to Tinubu, we are still suffering on this particular road. Look at the condition on the ground now. I got injured some days ago. Look at it here. It's because of this same road. When I was struggling with the passenger to Agbo to get my daily bread, I got injured. I was fed and I got injured. It's a pity. You understand? If you look at the situation now, kidnappers are taking the road everywhere because you cannot move as you suppose. When you are jerking on those gallops and the water and everything, they can come out from the bush and get hold of us. We are suffering from different kind of thing on this particular bad road. Please, you are begging on the government to do something because we really need the government's attention on this particular road. It's a major road and a federal road for that matter.
Thank you. Federal road, federal government, federal ministry of works, NDDC, Edo State, Agbo, Delta State, to Uromi, Edo State, the expressway. You go pass it.
No, is at all.
No road from Uromi Junction to Agbo. No road. Una see wetin we dey pass through from Uromi Junction to Agbo now. It will take you no less than 4 hours. Now wetin we dey pass through for the state now be this one. Oh, federal government dey not answer us. Oh, everyday trailer dey fall, small motor dey spoil for road. Before machine go fit pass here, you see road, see our body. Abeg o, we need na support o.
And that guy talk say once motor enter this kind sharp corner wey be say you come dey slow, they struggle to pass. Na that time kidnappers and armed robbers dey show face. See as the road quiet. My mind dey tell me say make I comot for this place. My mind dey tell me say make I dey go Agbo, or may I reach Ekpo, or may I reach my mind dey say make I go back. So now back come dey pass here now.
This road bad o. Bad, men are help us o. Men are help us for this country. We are suffer.
No fear, shut up. No fear, like her. No fear, drop your comments. Where are they? Uromi, Agbo Expressway from Agbo, Uromi Junction for Agbo. You know Uromi Junction for Agbo? Straight, pium. Go fall out, they go Gwebe, pass a Billy, Ekmo, Ewosa. Another man, they say, make I go back again. One say they go Aso, one say they go Bini. Which kind of spirit be this? One say they go. Which kind of spirit? Which kind of spirit? But count your blessings, name them one by one. Count your blessings and see what the Lord has done. Count your blessings. Which kind of spirit be this? Name them one by one. And it will surprise you. What to Salubwa Chineke, Allah, Hogane, Abasi. If you still support my movement now, dial my number. If you still support my movement, you know it's you. Just dial my number 080-5540-7359.
Soon, waiting they happen.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best. TV, certainly the best.
Hello and welcome to Women in Conversation on ITV. You're live from our Lagos Network studio. I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and today I have seated with me some beautiful women that will be looking at domestic violence. But before we go into the program properly, I'm going to be introducing my guests who are seated here looking very pretty. Of course, I have on my right Princess Edith Madejomo. She is an entrepreneur and the CEO of Freedit Global Limited. Edith, you're welcome.
Thanks for having me.
And then on the far right, I have Abiodun, who is a registered welfare worker in the UK, and she's a women's speaker. Abiodun, you're welcome.
Welcome.
And then to the left, of course, I have Barrister Chisom Agbafo. Chisom is a legal practitioner. You're welcome, Chisom.
Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies, we're going to be looking at domestic violence. And before we go into looking at domestic violence, I have a write-up that I read from a writer. So I'm going to read through this write-up before we go into the program properly. So a writer once said that women who do well in marriages always have some traits and mindsets. Let's take a look at some of these mindsets. Okay, so the writer said some of these mindsets could be they have their own life, their joy doesn't depend on their husbands. Their mood does not depend on their husbands. The women makes a healthy marriage if you don't have mood and you're not looking to your husband. Okay, and the writer also said they believe that they don't chase validation. They carry peace, knowing that peace draws their men back home. He also went on to say they know when to talk and when to keep quiet, saying not every reaction deserves reply. So with all the domestic violence we have seen, starting from the gospel singer Osinachi and down to the recent one in Calabar, the one that allegedly the wife poured her husband or set her husband ablaze because of an argument. And funny enough, this marriage was just for 6 months, And so we're going on also to Haruna, who was recently pardoned by the president after allegedly, anyway, she has been sentenced to death because it's not allegedly anymore. She was sentenced to death and she served that jail term for 6 months. But she was among the people that the president recently gave pardon, and she's out of the prison. So let's go down to the problem right now. We are women, and we know the problem. I think it's the domestic violence. That is a major problem in marriage. But let me start with you, Chisom, as a barrister. How will you define domestic violence to us?
Okay, thank you very much, Patricia. The issue of domestic violence, I would say that every time a woman is being silenced or emotionally broken, you could say that, that is not just her story. It is how the society is built. That's how it is. And so, the law, according to the law, domestic violence is, a deliberate harm that is being done to somebody directly, either to cause harm or to make the person traumatized, harassed, intimidated, So this is what domestic violence is. And domestic violence are of different types. We have the physical abuse, we have the emotional abuse, we have the psychological abuse, and we have the financial abuse. So domestic violence can be seen in these four aspects. The physical abuse, where the person intentionally causes harm, the partner causes harm to the lady, beating, injuring her, and all sorts of physical violence. Then the emotional part is when they deal with your mindset, deliberately making you to rethink things, traumatize. You're confused, to cause confusion on the person, or deliberately trying to intimidate that person by demeaning or degrading the lady. We could also say that, apart from women going through domestic violence, that's why we just say the victim, because it could be a man,
it could be
a woman as well. So basically, I think that is what encompasses domestic violence.
But it's mostly the women that goes through this.
Yes, you could say 80% of, especially where we are, we're in Nigeria, and mostly women fall prey to domestic violence because of cultural perception and the way society, tradition, and all of that is mostly women.
Okay, Abiodun, let me come to you. We just heard what the writer said through the reading, and so I'm going to ask: would you say these women didn't or doesn't have any of these traits or mindsets? The women that are domestically abused.
What I would say, women, my sister has already said what domestic violence is, and from our understanding of the writer is like you can't. I think it's behavioral issues. Yeah, it's either the woman or the man has behavioral issues, and it should not be tolerated. It's not a healthy atmosphere to be in. It's dangerous, as we can see. It can lead to death, it can lead to emotional harm, it can lead to psychological harm. And so, to me, domestic violence should be, is a serious issue that, if not dealt with, it will become worse. And as you can see, the end result is not like, where if, a thief steals something, at least, that they can survive it, but it can lead to death, it can lead to not only holistically, children as well being affected because in a marriage context. And domestic violence can be in a relationship even before marriage, And so to me, when I see domestic violence, as my sister said, it could be sexual abuse, it could be financial, it could be psychological, emotional. So, and that's, can you imagine going through that at home or in your relationship? It will affect every aspect of your being. You go to work, you can sort of discern or observe somebody that is being abused because they can't focus. They're easily agitated or they're anxious, and and I've, personally had someone in the family that years back that was killed, and in a relationship, and I remember when we heard the story was that she was going to break up with her boyfriend, and then something happened. We found out that maybe she had a drug overdose, but many believe that she was she was killed.
Oh, so the story, if I heard you clearly, she took drug overdose or she was killed?
What we know is that the last thing is that she was having issues with her relationship with her boyfriend. Maybe she found out he was probably cheating on her or so. That's the last day that she got killed. So she went to her boyfriend's house. They found her body in her boyfriend's house, but the boyfriend said that she had an overdose. Yeah. So we just know that relationship was not healthy anyway. So there's a lot of things, and this was like 20 years ago. So I still remember.
Okay, so Edith, to you, the same question. Do you think these women that go through domestic violence, from their partners, do not have that mindset, or they do not have their own mindset? What do you think? Do you also think that when you're experiencing such things from your partner, you should take a walk?
Oh yeah, that's my opinion. I don't think any woman will want to walk out of a good marriage. Women are wired to be patient, to be tolerant, and to be loved. Any woman that sees red flag, I will tell you, no second chance. Because the red flag are always there. The red flag are never green. They will never turn green. They're always red. They will never turn green. If you see the red flag, please take a walk. Talk to somebody. I don't believe in this. You listen to what people say, what pastors say, what the society will say. Why not think of what people will say when you die? Why not think of what people will say when the spouse finally kill you? You understand? So I will suggest, if you have any reason of violence or domestic violence, you take a walk. Domestic violence, like my lawyer rightly said, domestic violence is in different ways. They come in different ways. Abusive relationship to marriage, verbal violence, emotional violence. So somebody can talk you down and dehumanize you. That is domestic violence to me. They will talk you down. You will feel worthless of yourself. Anybody that talk you down and make you feel worthless of yourself and make you feel less of yourself is not worth standing with. Not talk of being into a relationship. True. You understand it? So that's my opinion. So they'll talk you down, they make you see yourself worthless, they make you question if you are existing, they make you question your existence.
Okay, let me quickly come in here. Most women, that's when they believe that the man loves them.
Oh my
let me tell you why I said that. Okay, so I have a cousin who is dating this guy. And each time the guy wants her over, is to either come and cook or come and do his laundry. And then one day I asked her, I said, what is wrong with you? Why do you have to, anytime he calls you, is because he wants you to come and cook or he wants you to come and do his laundry.
That's a user.
What is wrong with you? And she said, because I'm the one he chose, it's me that he loves.
Because
what do you guys think about that?
The thing is, they want to establish control. Domestic violence generally is control. The partner or the person who's the abuser wants control, total control of your mental state, your physical body and everything. So, the society has romanticized abuse to the extent that they feel like it is strength, endurance. So the more you endure in a marriage, the more it gives you strength, or the more you get experience. So I'm a married woman for 10 years, so I've seen all sorts of abuse, tragedy in my marriage, and I can advise the younger ones. I think that is what some people say. Most people, they see it as endurance. You go back to your mother-in-law and tell you, oh, I've been through it before. It's not a new thing. Don't worry. With time, you will change. You could pray.
And some of them don't change. But some do change.
Most people, they don't change.
Is it marriage? Is the person,
no,
is she married him?
No, they're dating. So they're dating and they're...
That should not even be, and then you
but
do
like
the
what she
laundry
said,
and
do
you do the
you
washing.
think they change completely?
Like I said, red flag don't turn green. They never turn green. They don't suddenly change. They are there. Rather, they will go worst.
Yes.
They don't. They are
no
there.
amount of prayer
that will change them.
Some people. At the example, the lady, the singer who's late now. I'm sure because I think she's a popular person in the church. She holds a high position. She's close to the pastor and all of that. She was basically building her foundational her career in the church.
Yeah.
So it's beyond prayer. There's no amount of prayer that can solve, a person who is an abuser, that would change that person. So I think the society needs to move beyond go and pray or just endure. I mean,
But we have also seen where some prayers worked.
Yes.
Yes.
No, it's worked.
Oh, yes. We have also seen where some prayers worked and the partner changed for a better person.
That is just 2%.
I don't believe that.
But I feel that, yes, it will work in prayer, but maybe there'll be a time of separation so that they can deal with the issue in deliverance, in prayer,
So
in
see
word.
counselors and
Yes,
all that.
but to be together and then still, because at any time it can come forth, and then when the man is ready or is the woman, then healthy. Because even in the Bible, it does not say you should tolerate violence. Is not tolerated. Anger is not tolerated. And God even says in the Bible that the exception of divorce is sexual immorality and things like this. Hatred or that. So the violence, yeah. So it's not.
So I would say that since you said prayer could work, I would say that prayer alone cannot work. For prayer to work, there have to be deliberate actions that are put in place.
Maybe there should be a therapist.
Correct. There has to be an acknowledgement.
Yeah,
from
acknowledge
the
the fact that
woman.
there is
You
an
have to,
issue.
I can't take this from you. You can't raise your voice at me. You can't beat me. You can't do all of that. And that action that would be taken, form of, like you said, therapy. That was when you can now say, okay, you're adding prayer to, but then you're taking steps.
Okay,
to make this
she
work.
is speaking as a barrister, and Abiodun here is speaking to us as a pastor.
yes, I would say that, because law and morality are two different things. But outside that, we can't just base on religious aspects. Prayer works, right? But then
Definitely.
you have to back it up with an action. You
Definitely.
have to make that move. You have to, actually acknowledge that this is an abuse and I'm a victim. So I think that should be.
Does the abuser actually acknowledge the fact that they are an abuser?
They don't actually, but you have to make them see that they are an abuser.
That's where Abiodun says prayer comes in.
Most of these abusers,
They don't.
they are narcissists.
They are manipulating.
They are they'll manipulate you.
Yes.
They'll make people see you as a bad person.
Of course.
And they will bring the good person.
Yes.
So the outside world, they are the good ones. They are lovely. They are accommodating outside. And at their home, they are warriors. They are demons. That is it. That is narcissist for you.
Yes.
They'll make people paint you black. And they'll be nice outside.
Yeah.
When you go outside, you're talking about your partner in a bad light. They were like, no, not this girl that I know, not this brother I know. And they are demo at home.
Can I say something?
Yes,
Because,
please, go ahead.
Because to me, I also want. I've seen things happen, and I know domestic.
Abiodun, I'm sorry, I'm going to cut you short there because we're going on a short break. We'll be right back. Please stay tuned. Thank you for joining us. Abiodun was saying something before we went on a short break. Yes, you were saying something.
Yes, I was saying that I used to go to a church, and part of the administration of this man of God was that before he got saved, he had anger issues and mental health, and and he had his wife endured domestic violence for probably about almost 12 or 15 years, and his wife was praying for him and everything. She didn't leave him, praying constantly. She used to
And
go
he
to
was
church.
beating her up.
She used
That's
to get
where it
angry
is.
and beat her, and until he got saved.
And they are raising kids in that home.
Until he got saved. But the thing is, what I'm just saying is that there was a turnaround. Yeah, and this is because the woman loved him dearly, and I'm not saying that, but this is what happened. She prayed, she fasted for this, her husband, and prayed to God, and God turned his life around. He got saved, and he repented. He started going to church, and his life turned around, and he started to treat her well, look after the, apologize. Till today, he loves his wife, and he's now a pastor. Yeah, doing a lot of work for Christ. A lot of people have been saved through him. A lot of marriages have been
Abiodun, like Edith said, that could be just 2%. And then again, from your own angle, do you think the woman took a risk doing all of that because she could have been killed in that process. What's your take?
Okay, my take is exactly opposite of what she said. Because I feel like 80% of women who have fallen victim and stayed for a while is because they've heard this kind of story. You understand? They must have heard some success story from somebody in the church, or even pastors preach it in church. They say no matter what you're going through in marriage, you should, divorce is not allowed. This is not, don't do this, don't do that.
Not all churches.
I think there was something I posted on my socials one time. I said that as a woman, if you understand your legal rights in marriage, there are a lot of things that you would not condone, and a lot of people, there was backlash. What do you mean? You're not submissive and all of that, because submissive, it's a religious term, right? But then if you look at the way it is in our world today, because your partner wants to establish dominance, there's no form of equality. There's no form of respect. And once respect goes out, then that's it.
There's nothing there
There's
anymore.
nothing there anymore. So Abiodun, I like the fact that you said, okay, he changed. He became a pastor. Is an example. But it shouldn't be a threshold, or it shouldn't
I
be...
never said it's a threshold. I said this is what the church I went to at one point, and the pastor ministered in this. And then the wife also said when she went through this, but she must have prayed, and the Holy Spirit must have told her to wait, that this is what this man is going through, and this is what he's going to become. I'm not saying it's an example for anybody, but you have to, as a wife, as a woman of God, she might have heard what she heard, that for her to continue to pray for this husband. Yes, for her to continue to pray for this man of God, that this is what he's going to become. At that time, it didn't look like it.
She stayed in the marriage.
She stayed in the marriage.
At that time, he wasn't a pastor.
At that time, he wasn't a pastor.
So
he wasn't even saved.
The abuse continued.
Yeah, she prayed, and his life turned around. And I'm just saying, she continued to pray, and it became. I'm not saying that this is an example for anyone, but
why were they preaching all that for the congregation? Still, why was the pastor preaching that to the congregation? Is he trying to make it a foundation for others to follow? And why was the wife supporting it? That there should be long suffering in the hand of in the marriage.
I think my problem with what she said was she was still in that
marriage for 12 years,
taking the abuse.
Why the abuse was going on, and the man with full pride stand in the congregation to preach that the men should keep abusing their wife. Sorry, I'm not saying
that's not the case.
I'm asking,
he was saying it was an example. He was telling what he went through. This was a man that was transformed. This was a man that was a wife beater. Used to have go through anger issues,
and he's encouraging the congregation to keep doing what they are doing.
He was just
saying, why their wife
he was talking of his story. He was talking about his experience and how God touched him and turned his life around.
Okay,
no. You have to so that other people there that are going through, that are doing, they can know that there's still hope. In a situation. No, just to know if a man is there, and a wife is there, there's the different situations.
Like she said earlier, it's just 1 out of 10.
Yes.
So someone could have stayed back and
get killed.
No. Please, I don't want every woman, you're going through abuse, domestic violence in your home, get help. Shout, speak to your pastor, your counselor.
Okay,
get help.
Let me come in here quickly. Let me use this example too. Yesterday, someone came to me and was telling me a story. This story is about a younger brother whom I know does drugs. Okay, he had gone, when someone does drugs and turn into a mad person. But this girl has been standing by him and has refused to go. She has a reason. It's not a wife, they're dating. She has a reason for not wanting to go. This guy takes drugs, will beat her up, will push her out of the house. The sister who came to talk to me, because we know the story, will go and tell the girl, move. I have told you, go. Don't stay. He's my brother. I'm just waiting for me to hear he's dead so I can come and pick up his corpse and bury him. Because the situation was what took their mother's life. The mother died at just 63. She was very young and pretty when she died. Okay, so now the sister walked up to me yesterday and said, do you know my brother is getting married? I said, which of them? He said, the same one you know.
Oh my
So the same
I
lady?
said, to who? He said, to the same lady.
Wow.
I said, why? She's still there. And she said, listen to me. I know you will get upset when you hear this. And that's why I came to meet you. So you call him and talk sense into his head. That the brother said to her that, I don't think I want to marry her. We went to the hospital. I heard that she has fibroid. And then again, since we've been dating, she had never taken him. So I turned to the sister. I said, I don't know what you responded, but this is my response. How sure is he that this problem of not getting pregnant is not coming from him? With all the drugs that you have taken in life, and you see somebody standing. So my question here now is, why is it always women?
Can you say the man with all the luggages is pointing at one luggage that the woman had, the fibroid, which is a natural thing. That is, it's not that she caused it on herself. You understand? You are pointing at that, and you are pointing at her infidelity, her infertility. Well, or no, you are not a doctor. And nobody has given you the breakdown of her medical history to know that, okay, you are not you know, you're already pointing at her having fibroid. You can imagine this type of men we have in the society.
Thank you very much, Princess. Because let's even circle back to the main issue. The main issue for women is shame.
Yeah.
That is the main issue. Shame. You see that shame?
What will people say?
Exactly. What will people say? If this man goes, will marry me again? Will I see any other person? What will my mother-in-law say?
They should think of what people will say when they are kids. Don't think of what people will say when you walk away.
It's because of the way people judge women.
If you are in an abusive relationship,
you know, they feel if you get out of any marriage or any relationship, they feel it's your fault. You didn't do this right. You didn't. But that is the first step. The first step is acceptance. Acceptance that I'm a victim. I am dating an abuser or I'm married to an abuser. Then you have to stop that denial. Stop following what people are saying. Stop following what women who are married for over 1 decade, they are giving you advice. I mean, as at the time they married in 1942.
People that will tell you to stay in there. When the chips are done, when the woman is finally killed, they will not be responsible for your children.
They would even
your
marry
children
another
will be
wife
thrown to the streets. I always say that. The children will be thrown to the streets, or they will be there, and those people that advise you to stay, to be patient, to tolerate, they won't be there for your children. After 3 months, they are all gone. And just have it at the back of your mind, whether the man or the woman, when the spouse is killed or dead due to the abusive marriage, the other one has the right to remarry.
Okay.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, and today let's talk about self-defense and the extent with which one can actually go to defend himself or herself, and also look at some laws that support self-defense, making reference to the case of a Nigerian farmer, Sunday Jackson, who overpowered and killed a Fulani herdsman in self-defense, and also he has been sentenced to death by hanging. Despite claims that he acted purely in self-defense, the Supreme Court of Nigeria on March 7, 2025 upheld a lower court verdict, ruling that rather than retaliating, he should have fled. It's Viewpoint on ITV, so let's go meet and sample opinions of resource persons regarding this topic.
I don't think there is any extent that is too far when it comes to a life, an issue of life and death. It is the right of every individual to go any length to protect himself, his properties, and loved one. And that is why the 1999 Constitution has amended, instructed the government of the day that their primary responsibility is safety of the life and property of its citizens. Therefore, if you narrow it down to an individual, it will therefore tell you that his primary responsibility is to ensure that he defends himself, he protects himself and his property and loved ones from any attacks that may lead to life or a loss of life. And in the case of Sunday in question that was sentenced to death by the Supreme Court, I would say ordinarily it is regrettable, it is appalling, and it is very disappointing. The question I would have loved to ask, and I want to ask Nigeria, who were the prosecutors? Who prosecuted Sunday? Is it the Nigeria state that prosecuted Sunday, who defended himself in a situation where security agencies and the Nigerian system were unable to defend him? And I will also ask, what was the fact that were before the judges and the court Was he established to the extent that those who wanted to sniff life out of Sunday were the killer herdsmen, or those facts were not available because they said the law is blind? Depends on the facts that were available before the judges. And who were the lawyers of Sunday? Was he appropriately represented and defended? And I want to say, in such manner, this matter have been visited with a series of public condemnation. The Supreme Court will now have the cause to revisit his decision, because he himself have the power to revisit his earlier decision, and it's not alien before the Constitution. So in this case, I say it is sad and it is evil, because if this is sustained, we are indirectly giving the killer herdsmen the impetus, the encouragement to further attack innocent Nigerians and innocent farmers, because the law, it seems to defend their actions.
Self-defense, one have to, even if you are not prepared, or you with the current situation in our country, let me just boil down to our local government area where we are, of their notice, with the current situation of security threat and all, one have to be ready for anything. You self-defense for yourself, because one, the police cannot be everywhere, the security operatives cannot be everywhere, but that does not warrant we owning rifles, assorted rifles, which is not registered, which is not does not comply with the government regulations. But we should be prepared for defense, because we don't have much security personnel that will go around or be better for each and every citizen. But one should be ready to defend itself when you find crisis, or when you find something like that is going to endanger your life. So we should have that at the back of our mind. Well, that is APEP's court. They've delivered judgment. But on the other side, the court was wrong. Because if that man was murdered without he didn't defend himself, the story will not come up. It wouldn't get to the people that killed him will not even be apprehended. But he defended himself on the cause of a security threat to his life. He defended himself. In that extent, he killed. But I blame him for killing. If he has been able to maybe get one of them injured, apprehend them, hand them over to the security operative, it would have been better. I think that is the angle where the Court of Appeal or Supreme Court gave their own verdict. But for me, I think everyone should be prepared for self-defense, because the current situation in the country does not warrant us to be relaxed or just play a hanky-panky game with your own life. I value my life, and I value the life of people around me. With the current situation of these headers, is getting alarming, and government cannot do it all alone. We should also be prepared, because somebody coming to kill you is prepared to do shit. So you should be prepared to defend yourself. So I see no evil act he committed, though the court gave verdict, but does not warrant to that level that he also should take life. Leaving the scene will be the best option, because they were prepared for him. The attackers are prepared to eliminate this man. If he had fled, they will still get him, because they will overpower him. Those ones are with dangerous arms. They are with all sorts of. But he made himself. He defended himself, and I think he's right. It's good. And I also want the government to bring out this policy of controlling our arms for those that fit to have arms. Each and everybody should be licensed and should be scrutinized before you have arms. In our society today, the headers are causing me. If you see, the total numbers of headers, crime being committed in Novia Northeast alone is on the high side. It's on the global page. So one should be prepared to defend himself. It's not when it happened they will start. Had it been, we would have defended. A whole community was rendered homeless because of headers. That's happened years ago, and it's still happening. So our government, we self should be prepared to defend ourselves. That's my own opinion.
The case of Sunday Jackson is a very, very sad one. One has tried to see if maybe it was being misrepresented or misreported, but as tried as much as one has, it seems to be that is what the Supreme Court said is what was reported. The man has been sentenced to death. Very unfortunate. The mere mention of the word that he was sentenced to death, convicted and sentenced to death, to me, it sets Nigeria back more than 50 years in our jurisprudence. The reason I say so is very clear. Section 33 of the Constitution of Nigeria. And the Constitution of Nigeria is the ground norm. Any law that is inconsistent with the Constitution, by that level of inconsistency, is null and void, invalid, and must be set aside. So if any law falls short of what the Constitution provides for, that law should go. Now, Section 33 of the Constitution says every person has a right to life, and no one shall be deprived intentionally of his life, save in execution of the sentence of a court in respect of a criminal offence of which he has been found guilty in Nigeria. Section 33(2), I think that is 33. Yes, 33(1) I read now. 33(2) says a person shall not be regarded as having been deprived of his life in contravention of this section if he dies as a result of the use to such extent and in such circumstances as permissible under the law or as necessary. Then 2A says for the defense of any person from unlawful violence or for the defense of property. Now that is very clear. You have a right to defend your person. You have a right to defend your person. You have a right to defend any other person apart from yourself, any other person that is within your precinct of protection. You can defend yourself, you can defend your wife, your children, persons that are anybody who is in danger in your precinct, within your presence. You have a right to defend that person. You also have a right to defend your property. That being the case, if we are to interpret it as it states clearly there, you can defend yourself, defend the persons around you, and defend your property. A person who was farming in his own land, in his own farm, in his own land, he was there sitting in his doing his business privately. He didn't go to attack anybody. He was doing his legitimate business, and suddenly he was attacked from nowhere by another person who left home with the sole intention to go and do harm. That other person, the herdsman who came to attack Sunday Jackson, left home with the intention to go and do harm. See, these are two clear cases. If you read the criminal code's provisions on murder, it is the Fulani herdsman, the herdsman that was killed, that actually committed murder, that actually attempted to commit murder, and he was overpowered. Sunday Jackson ought to be given a medal. In a responsible society, be given a medal for defending himself and also defending his property. The reasoning of the Supreme Court is that so far as Sunday Jackson had been able to overpower his attacker, the herdsman, he ought to have gone away. Our people must learn that in this life, there are things that are born with you. You have certain rights that are born with you. If you are sure that you are within your rights and you have not committed any offense, and somebody just came to attack you, is attacking you, you have done all that you needed to do to avoid the attack, but he's attacking you on your own property. Please defend yourself. You have a right to self-defense. I know that it would dwindle, it will bring down the fight, the push back to defend yourself from the farmers, because the farmers on their own part, they've suffered enough and they've been trying to defend themselves. But with this judgment now, judgment is going to bring down, it's going to dampen their spirit. It's going to dampen the spirit of defending themselves. But they shouldn't see from that perspective. Rather, the farmers should speak up in one voice, go to the National Assembly, push for an amendment of the Constitution and even the Criminal Code, so that it will not expressly so say that if you are in your property and you are attacked, you can do anything to defend yourself. Let it be expressly so say. Because when it is not expressly so say, the way it is, I read the provision just now, you can see that it leaves room for the judgments that can go this way and go that way. It's time we amend this provision to make it now clear. Even though it is so already, but it should now be very clear that anytime you attack a man in his own property, you can be killed and nothing will happen. Everybody understand that one.
Actually, I want to look at it from two major aspects. The reason that I want to look at it from these two aspects is because of some things that I know. When I say some things that I know, is that one, I'm looking at the aspect that have to do with the issue of some things that trend in social media. That when you find out the detail, it might not be as is being presented. So if the judgment was actually based on what we have been hearing and reading on social media, personally, I would say that is extremely wrong, bad, injustice, and wickedness. But if that is not the true story, that there is something behind it, probably they find out that it was not in self-defense, then that means the government need to come out and make the truth to be known. But for now, since we have not heard contrary outside what has been going on social media, it's a condemnable act, an injustice of judgment. Then, if I want to look at the extent to which one should defend himself from the biblical aspect, I know that some people want to say something, want to react negatively. Some others may also want to see it from another perspective. Why did I say so? For instance, Jesus will say something. He said that if somebody slap you on one side, you should give the other side. Then if you also look at it, he was also talking about that if somebody is dragging you to the court, he said you should quickly settle the matter on the way. And when you read that scripture down, you now discover that one of the reasons that Jesus was giving such counsel was actually because of the injustice of men. So when you look at that, I want to say that if you see anything that have to do with trouble, the best is that you should run away from it. Be somebody that will follow the Bible principle, where the Bible told us that we should follow peace with all men. That means we should be peacemaker. Then we should not allow anything that will make us to become in trouble with anybody. But that is not to say that trouble will not come. Because even if you decided to stay on your own, not to relate with people, trouble will still come. So I want to say this. There is a law of the land. Because as far as we are still here on this earth, so you discover that there are things that we cannot do without. There are laws that are guiding everybody. So when it comes to the aspect of self-defense, in the area that is, if we are now going out of the biblical principle, it should be that the government should know that if they are not there to provide security for the people don't have option. Now for them to at least to also want to rise up to say let them defend themselves, because you can't watch an evil man coming to you to take your life and you now say because tomorrow they will judge and you will not be defended based on to say you kill the person that is trying to kill you, that you should allow them to just come and slaughter you before your face. So you have to also rise. So I want to use this opportunity and this medium to tell our leaders that they should rise up to their own responsibility. They should rise up to their own justice. They should not make those that they are leading to lose confidence in them. Because the truth is this, as far as Nigeria is concerned, the summary of our justice is injustice. It's something that is condemnable. So rise up and do the right.
Something whereby how to defend myself. Just like the way I'm working right now, this is my factory. when I'm doing my production, someone can just walk in down here now and tell me that he wants to come and take over this property from me, and which I knew is for me. It belongs to me. I will take it to the extreme lengths the way I could, because I have to defend the property for myself. Because I will not want someone out there to come and defend it for me, because I own it. I know how I purchase it. And at the same time again, for someone else to just come in and badge on me to tell me that he owns this place, that he wants to take it from me, I will go to extra length to fight and defend myself. If I can defend myself and take a weapon from him, I will not hit him. I can only paralyze him. I won't kill him. I will paralyze him and I will call the police to pick him up.
In English, they have a word called defend. And for somebody that I didn't know, to barge into my personal life, just for him to come and show me, even for any form of intimidation, to go as to something that will affect life, I can go as far as to defend myself. First of all, first defense for my own self, for him not to take my life. Understand? What about if I didn't defend myself and eventually he now succeeded to kill me, for example? I didn't defend myself. How will I learn to take God? And everybody must surely blame me. I must try all my best. But if it happens, something must kill a man one day. You understand? You first try. If it not happen mistakenly, the man now died. But in the law court, I don't know, that is for lawyer, I don't know whether if they have a way of they will not use because of, if they are finishing, that's why police need to be there after finishing the investigation. They know whether if I'm really I'm guilty, I intentionally did it, before they can take anything that they wishes them.
Self-defense is provided for under the criminal code, which is applicable in the southern part of Nigeria, and as well as the penal code applicable to the northern part, which of course where the Jackson incident took place. By virtue of section 286 of the criminal code, self-defense is not, to my own understanding, is not an absolute defense. Because going by the provision of that section, it uses the word reasonable necessary force to repel or to retaliate, so to say, any attacker. And of course, we all know that what is reasonable and necessary at that particular point may not be to the ordinary reasoning of an ordinary man. And we are looking at the Supreme Court here. Their judgment, they have their own reasoning why they come to the conclusion that he should have fled after disarming his attacker. But the question that is begging for an answer is this: when your life is at stake and someone has come to you to kill you and you are able to disarm him, I think in my own little legal knowledge, if you can disarm him and the weapon with which he attack you, you use it against him, I think that should be regarded as self-defense. But still, I think Supreme Court may have their own reasoning. They are the apex court, and they have their own reasoning why they come to that conclusion. Like I said earlier, self-defense is not an absolute defense in law. Because if you look at the defense of property, it's different from the defense of one's body. And in the defense of property, it will be said that until the attacker is within your premises, before you can actually say he has come to attack. Self-defense, to my own best understanding, is not an absolute defense in law. Going by that provision that you have to use reasonably necessary force.
A semi-war between the Christian and the Muslims, and that's the gospel truth. If Jackson was one Alaji Usman Dafodo or one Malam so and so, they won't say that's him. They will take you self-defense. Okay, you brought animals into somebody's farm to destroy his crops, and the person was trying to okay, please stop this, your cattle or animal, whatever, from destroying my crops. Then you attack the person. Self-defense. The person trying to save himself took the knife from you. And you could see the mark all over him. Fought back, and in the process, the other person lost his life. And the Supreme Court was quick to pass judgment. They will not be so quick to pass judgment when it comes to politics, when it comes to what you call it, election, and all that. So I think it's one-way ticket. The Christian Union, Christian CAN, PFM should wake up to their responsibility. They should stop fighting themselves. This is a clear motion for believers to think about. Stop fighting yourself and focus on better things. If the Muslim nation can just pass this judgment, just like that, then I think this is Nigeria. Nigeria is not a Muslim country or a Christian country. It's for everybody. Whether you're Muslim, whether you're Christian, whether you're non-believer, whatever you're serving, that Nigeria is for everybody. And so the law shouldn't favor one side. So the favorism is going to one side. You can say an Hausa man. Sorry, I'm not trying to be partial here. Selling dagger, knife. Then nothing. When the police, in fact, they won't even arrest him on the street. But you and I, if we walk by the street, there is a knife in our car, the policeman will ask, what are you doing with this knife? When you get to the station, you will explain. But there was some man who they sell for street, we carry dagger, carry knife. They hawk them. Nobody harass them. So that's Nigeria that we are.
We're going to be wrapping it up on Viewpoint on ITV by letting you know that in any situation you find yourselves, and if you must defend yourself, you should be ready to do it in accordance with the law. Don't take laws into your hands, and don't do it the way that you will end up in trouble. I am Caroline Okonji. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool-down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that. This. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. Now go this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright. And before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright? But I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout, the reps, and the set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Alright, let's go. 32, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright. When you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region. if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not all the way this. But there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm here for Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, what time is this? 3, 2, 1. Please, when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, we'll just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to the left, to right, brother. 3, 2, 1, let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we'll also 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. And this is the cool-down. Alright guys, just sustain the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes for the hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So, did I say lastly? Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on your keeper dashing, that means this. And hold stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. You have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We'll be doing push-ups this morning. And of course, we do have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get, if you're a lady out there, watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed wrench and push-up. All right, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in the pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the mid open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? I mean, why they cross legs for the ladies? Now, you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course, to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1. I did 2 and called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. But today, thank you guys. Yeah, we're awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please, be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Ojúde aṣáájú abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Ayaba sọ́kè abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Àdáyé àtọ́jú abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.